Ooh, cha. Ooh, cha. Can anybody hear me? Can anybody hear me? Ooh, cha. Ooh, cha. Can anybody hear me? Can anybody hear me? Ooh, cha. Ooh, cha. Can anybody hear me? Can anybody hear me? Hey, Gummy Bama. Thank you for letting me know that you can hear me. And thank you for coming to visit me, child. Hey, Real Boss. How are you guys doing today? I haven't been on in a little while, but I decided to come on tonight. Um, I mean, hey, Chuck, is that Chocataw? Chocataw Chief. But there's a lot of stuff been going on in the beef sector and in the Mo3 sector, the Mo3 beef sector. Hey, L Blue, Chocataw Chief. Okay, but the beef sector, grown folks, and he been into it with VS, but now he's turned his fury against Nika. But I don't know why Nika kept fooling with that nigga because he ain't all there. And the first time you go against what he tell you to do, he'll cuss you out, call y'all kind of bitches, hoes, and anything else he could think of. But it seems like this time she through with it. Now, grown folks, you don't have very many places to go in the beef sector because people don't let you get on their panel. And now you have messed up with Nika. And like when you mess up with Nika, you mess up with pizza. Okay? Because Bree, Nika, and pizza are very close. You've been hanging around over here long enough to know that they are very close. So you working your way out the beef sector, baby. You was hanging on by a thread anyway, especially after you fell out with VS. Um, Glad to see you go. And I don't know why you made a live the other day talking about like getting Nika out the beef sector. Nika ain't going nowhere. No matter what she do, she ain't going nowhere. Now you, my friend, it's easy to get you out of here. And in this situation with Nika and and BS and all of that with the grown folks, Kwani, because ZX put out a video yesterday uh showing that BS had went to the mental part of the house of the jail when she went to jail a couple of years ago for fighting Shireen. Well, she wasn't with the regular inmates. She was with the ones that was like mental, because they do have mental, you know, in the jail system also. That you're not capable of being with the general public, like the regular inmates. You doing something or you saying something like self-hurt or something like that, or just acting really like out of it, violent, or it's something wrong with you. They can tell something wrong with you. That's why they put you in that part of the jail. Well, ZX put out the information that BS was in that part, but I can remember back when that was going on when she was in jail. They were saying she was in a like the mental part. I don't know why it come up now, but yeah, she didn't do very good in jail, you know. Um, but hell, who knows? You know, you might get a better treatment. I don't know. You know, I don't know. But she was acting weird, or she was doing and saying something that they didn't feel comfortable putting her in with the regular inmates. You know, she couldn't make it. Well, that came out, and Kwani did a live afterward, and she said that Chopper gave ZX that information because Chopper used to be very close to VS back in when TSCC then was out going, and the VS did a live a couple of days ago, and she said something about Chopper, like when because Chopper name don't nobody never talk about Chopper. Well, VS said something about Chopper, like I guess he was cool with Kiki and all of this, and she think they trying to set her up. Well, she said she brought Chopper name up, and after that, I noticed that Chopper had been over the lemons, you know, in his chat and on his panel, and then allegedly he had been starting hanging around a little bit over there at ZX. So I guess Chopper slid ZX that information. Because you know that's how they do around here. Somebody slides. I'm Chopper, I ain't saying you did this, but I noticed that you have been out a little bit on YouTube and you have been in the clouds. Well now after VS said your name, I noticed that you came down out the clouds and you hit Lemon Panel, you know, a couple of days ago. I'm just making that clear because sometimes they think you're talking about them, and I'm doing is report and what I hear out of here in YouTube. It ain't like I'm scared of nobody, but I'm making it clear when I'm talking to you guys, I'm telling you guys things that I seen on YouTube. And Kwani, I already talked about this. But if you've been YouTubing a while, you notice things like that. When somebody that you have not been seeing, you know, drop at the clouds and be in chats and on panel, you know it. Like the new people don't know it because they don't really know who these characters are in these different sectors. But it's people that are still very active on YouTube, but they are in the clouds. My grandbaby acting the biggest. She been acting a clown. Cause we've been had her since Wednesday because her mom and my daughter they are in Louisiana. They did a little small family thing. Um, some of my nephews went, nieces, and my granddaughter and her mom all met up in Louisiana. So they in Louisiana right now. I think they leaving tomorrow. Going back to their different homes. But they little young folks trip. And so my granddaughter, she's real stubborn, and that's her and my sister having it out. Okay. Now, one thing about it, since she's like she won't do what my sister tell her to do, but she'll mind me because I tear that ass up. Well, now she closes my door because she think that I guess if my door closed, I won't hear her and my sister getting into it. But she's a little girl, she don't know no better. But now she closed my door. But my door is open now, and if she come up that hallway, first thing she gonna do is close that door. She thinks she's so smart and slick. She's not. She thinks she the sharpest tool in the shed. And honey, you the dullest. But I ain't gonna tell her that, okay? But we caught on to that pretty quick. Hey, Queen Tulsa. Child. Your name been ringing the streets, honey, for the last week. I know you happy. Ooh, Queen Tuss. Hey, Peaches. Child Peaches. Your name been ringing a little bit too, Peaches. Hey, eyes on the prize, child. Now, I named this video, ooh, child. So, you didn't do it again? Now, y'all know who I'm talking about. I'm talking about Auntie Dollar General. He was at it again last night. He's such a drama queen. Now, I'm gonna talk about this because I feel like because normally I do the B sector first, but I did some of the B sector, but not all of it, you know. But I got to throw this shit in there, okay? Now, Auntie Dollar General, like Eve had called him. No, Mink called him. She was on who was there? Say Broadway. We'll just say Broadway. But they was up there dragging Mink, and Mink was dragging back, okay? But she called DG trying to get him to come over to Broadway's. Well, DG was out celebrating, I think his birthday. He was celebrating. Ain't nothing wrong with that. I enjoy a person saying, oh no, I ain't gonna hit no pounds tonight. I'm out kicking it. Because a lot of the YouTubers, people don't think they do nothing but sit on be on YouTube. But shit, you got time to go do things. You don't be sitting on YouTube all the time, I hope. Well, he was having a park going out. And I thought it was a good idea. To see him doing something different. But, and not coming on no panel when somebody call you. Well, chill. Now he was celebrating at that time, okay? Chill. A couple hours later, y'all, he came back on and did a live on, and he was upset. They say he was crying and snotting and stuff, talking about he was gonna do it, and then he was gonna jump off a building. And some guy in the club was telling him, "Man, he was like cussing him out. I don't want to hear this shit. You talking real crazy. You need to be parted. Don't nobody want to hear this shit." Well, he didn't do it, and then on there, y'all, he was doing that whipping, that the stuff that them young kids do with them aerosol cans. He doing that on live. And see, some of these people don't care what the fuck they do on YouTube. It be young children, even though they not supposed to be watching these sectors. It's young kids on here. Now this overgrown nigga that's almost 40 years old, he's so broke, he huffing out the can. They used to call it huffing back in the day. But they call it whip it now. Now he over there doing that stuff with them aerosol cans. Some people do paint. Some people do stuff you put up under your sink for your cleaning products. And they say even you could do the whip it thing. I don't know, but they say you could do it with like whipped cream. Now I don't know about that. Now I use whipped cream, but I never have thought about using it for I guess to sniffing up my nose. I don't know what the fuck they were doing, but he had this damn can or whatever. I'm gonna call it corking glue, corking stuff for that the men use in the bathroom, which that ain't what it is, I don't think. But I'm gonna call it corking stuff. Now he out there putting that up in his nose and stuff, on that video. And see that's something like $3. That's how cheap and fucked up he is, which it do messes with your brain because you putting this you putting the bullshit in it like DG, you need to sit the fuck down. No, you need to get the fuck up and go get you a goddamn job. Cause if you gonna get high, now I ain't saying that, I'm not saying to do that, but if you decide to get high Go get what the grown folks get. Don't get that bullshit that kids be getting. That's why they call you a dope fiend. Because you'll do anything for dope. Now that was your birthday. You should have been out kicking it, looking good, having all the ladies after you. But now you wherever you was at, sliding nose crying and all of that. Like a little bitch that you are. Oh, I mean, that's disgusting. And the people have taken clips of your video. You didn't while you was acting up the fool up there. They got you, baby. Now I haven't seen none of the clips yet, which I knew I'm gonna be trolling and looking around until I see somebody pull them up, and I'm gonna just see how ignorant you look up there crying with your nose snotty and slide running out your mouth. Cause that's what they say. That's how they say you was looking. With them stinking ass dreads on your head, crying and snot all in your hair and down on your clothes, slob and snot. You is a nasty bitch. Fucking grow up. You got grown kids, nigga. What kind of daddy is you doing that? And your kids could be watching this. They might decide to say, I'm gonna get some of that shit and that whatever that shit was that you had. And they could be doing the same thing you doing. How you gonna tell them not to do it? How you gonna tell your kids not to do that? When your cheap dope drug out, nigga, you need to get hit in the top of your head with one of them beer bottle, them wine bottles that Woo hit that man in his head, which we're gonna get to later on. With like Woo hit that man in the head with that liquor bottle. That's what you need. You need a concussion, contusions, lacerations, all of that. Somebody in that club last night should have hit you in the head with one of them bottles and knock some sense in your head. Because that's not cute. You the only one doing stupid shit like that. You acting like you taking pills 1 month. Got your gun out. What you gonna do? Want to play Russian roulette? They say you had the gun on camera last night, and you a felon. You dumbass bitch. And I hope somebody got that and sent it to your PO, cause you know you ain't supposed to have no damn gun. Felon. Stupid ass bitch. You kicking the door down to the prison. They gave you probation, but you're gonna break your probation to go to prison. See, that's retarded thinking. But you know they ain't no cure for what you got, because retardation ain't no cure for that. But you done drug yourself to retardation. And doing your gritting your teeth and shit. They got pictures of you. Well, the clips of you, they showing little clips right now. Clips of you gritting your fucking teeth, looking like a maniac while doing that whipping shit. You dumb black ass bitch. Damn. He was just showing his black ass last night. Now you know he ruined Eve's birthday for the last couple of years. Now he ruining his own birthday. That's how crazy he is. He ruined hers and make her go to jail. Somebody should have called the police on you last night. And you should have went to jail on your birthday like you did Eve. Don't forget they say he was slobbing. Nose, snot coming out his nose. slobbing out and gritting his teeth and talking about jumping off a building. It's crazy. Big, hey, that big op skip, don't you wreck your car. But child, you better park when I get to the what part I got to talk about. I ain't gonna talk about it now because I just started. I got to get the B set stuff out. But Skip, you need when I tell you to park your shit when I get to the part that I'm talking about later on. Okay. And anybody else driving, because this is just light stuff. But later on, child, when I get to the nitty damn gritty, the bull damn shiggity, you gonna wreck your shit. I want you to wreck your shit, child. Because you know you got to go to work, I think, in the morning. Now, I don't know if you do work in the morning, but I'm going to just say, you know you need your car to go to work in the morning, child. But let me get my notes out. Ooh, child. Ooh, child. Let me see. But yes, Skip, on when I tell you to park your shit, you need to park your shit, okay? And anybody else that's driving need to park their shit. Damn, where my notes at? Yeah, child. Okay, there we go. Now I'm gonna do a little other world news. You know, I do glance over that a little bit. You know, but they Ebola is back out. The last time I looked was like about 3 o'clock this morning. It was the death toll is up to 80. Um, they need to get this shit under control because Ebola is fatal. Very few people live through it. Child, that you be bleeding out your eyes and your ears, and it's a nasty, ugly disease. And hopefully they get under control because they haven't had outbreaks on that in years and years. But that has come back out. And another thing, that hantavirus, that broke out on a ship that was out in the ocean, like a cruise line ship. And that's very contagious and it's deadly also. That's out here right now. Um, when they had the outbreak on a cruise ship, uh, they would not let them dock. They kept them out in the ocean until they could safely, for the safety of the world, they let the ship finally dock. But the people that had the virus, they put them like in isolation. They got different kind of quarantines that they put them in. If they think you got it, but you're not showing any symptoms yet, they put you like in quarantine. But if you do have the virus, they have like a special place in the hospital that they put you, and you like in total quarantine. They said it was like 3 people that was in the total quarantine, and it was like 18. This is in the U.S. It was like 18 total, and so the other people, they were just quarantined. I don't know if they letting some of the people go home yet. That's in the U.S. The ones that was quarantined. I don't know if they started letting them out the hospital yet, but they put a map up, like a USA map, and like that ship had docked before it got out in the public that this was a health hazard. And so people did get off the ship in other ports when, because People getting off the ship everywhere. And then, the cruises, you just have to be on a cruise to know how it works. But come to find out, some of the places that they dock the ships at to, like let people go on excursions and tourists and all of that. Some of them stops people had got off on, and they spread it out throughout the USA. And it's like 20 states that people had been on cruises in, that them people had got off these ships before, that they quarantined that ship. And it's like 20 states that the people from America are. And they monitor them people really close, and like the people that they have had close contact with. Now this virus come from like rat droppings and stuff like that. So I guess the rat pee pee or boo boo, maybe on dishes and stuff, or the utensils they cook with. And I'm thinking it's through a food virus, something that went through food. But a lot of people do taste stuff, go to different, when they go out on the excursions, they, do the native foods and all of that. Some shit like that happened. And they brought the damn virus back on the ship. And then these people get off the ship and they disperse and go. And that's how this shit finna get to spread. Hopefully, none of them people in the 20 states, hopefully none of them have that shit. Because it do not need to get on the rampage in the US, okay? And that Ebola, it's over like in Africa right now. And hopefully don't none of that shit make it over here. Now, one thing that's alarming about this, the president, when he got in office, he cut a lot of the funds for things like that, the Ebola and like this hantavirus. He cut a lot of the money that was going out to these other countries, to help not, so that Ebola and hantavirus and stuff like that don't hit the U.S. soil. Well, see, he cut a lot of that stuff. The UN money for, he cut a whole lot of that stuff. So it's alarming because by doing them cuts, a lot of them scientists and people that regulate over there trying to regulate the water and sanitation and all of that is no more. So we're getting ready to see a whole bunch of bullshit that we ain't used to. And hopefully, a lot of that stuff don't make it over here, because we are not vaccinated for a lot of that stuff that they have over in other countries. And plus, and they're not vaccinated for a lot of stuff that we have over here. Like we take stuff to these other countries, like diseases they ain't never had. So they do the same thing to us. It is what it is. Okay. But that's enough for that. I just wanted to talk about it, and I'm through with that. Now, I told you guys about Toxic Diamond being released from prison. I discussed that months ago, okay? Well, she's at her old tricks again, because y'all know she have a temper and this and that. Well, she got arrested for vandalism like about 2 weeks ago. I don't know if she violated, but evidently she didn't violate too bad because they let her out of jail. But I'm just waiting to see if they're gonna violate her for that. Hopefully they don't. But Toxic, you need to sit your ass down somewhere. I don't know how long you're gonna be on paper, and you can't be acting like you used to act without going back to prison. Because they could have kept you when they arrested you the other day, but they let you out. But they could have put a hold on you, baby. But that's enough for her. Um, Pastor and Tim still into it. And Tim, he plays the audio of Pastor, some of his lives. He been doing it for years. Well, some kind of way, Pastor started talking about he was gonna strike Tim for playing his material. And Tim told him that's gonna be a false flag, nigga. He ain't gonna quit playing your stuff. Cause I guess she was trying to scare him not to play your stuff anymore and do commentary on it. And uh, Pastor, he cussed you out like a dog. And I'm showing he still is using your material. That was like 2 weeks ago when that y'all had that new flare up between you guys. And Tim told you to bring it. He said bring it. Cause he said he gonna beat all of your strikes. And he said, if you strike him, don't you start crying and shit when he come back at you. Because he gonna stay on your head. You his commentary, and he's not gonna stop. And he said, bring it, okay? That he ain't scared of you, and he ain't scared of your strikes. In so many words, he could tell. He said, was saying, Pastor, you can take those strikes and stick them up your ass. That's what he was saying, child. And he also said it was fair use that he was reacting to your videos. And he said that people do it every day on YouTube. He's not the only one that's doing it. And he can continue to use your material and drag you. That's what he said. Okay. Now, BS and Kiki, Octavius, Ken Nola, you know, uh, you know, VS name wound up into this Firegate scandal that they got going on. And I'm so sick of hearing about this damn fire because it's stupid. The lady had an apartment fire. It's under investigation. She wasn't the only person in the building. It was like families in this apartment complex that Kiki lived in that had a fire. Well, Kiki got drunk and she come on here and she started saying VS set the fire. She was saying that allegedly. Now Ken told Kiki that he thought VS and Sonny had something to do with the fire. Well, Kiki came on YouTube, went over there to grown folks, and was saying that VS and Sonny had caught her apartment on fire. And she been going on and on and on and on and on and on about it. She know on lemon panel, she been on pizza panel, grown folk, and I don't know wherever the hell else she been. You know, um, and now misunderstood name popped up in the shit. It's just a fucking mess. And then they turn around and start saying Ken Nola started the fire. Then they were saying Octavia started the fire. This shit just got out of control. Well, when BS found out they put her name in it, she called I guess she got in touch with whoever is investigating the fire and talked to the folk. And then misunderstood name came up in it. So misunderstood wind up calling them fire people, like the fire chief or the fire investigator, and all of that. Now the dumbest part of this to me is why did you say Sonny started the fire, Kiki? Because Sonny in a goddamn wheelchair. All these people say in different states. So you mean to tell me that by you being into it with them on YouTube, that Sonny got in her wheelchair, went to the airport, boarded a plane, got off the plane in Virginia, and however she got to the apartment building, started the fire, and went back home. Do you see how stupid that sounds? But see, some of these people do anything on YouTube just for clout. And this was the dumbest storyline that they ever had on here. And why it's still going on, I don't know. But if them fire people, well, they do what they gotta do. But just think about all. We'll just say it was 12 families in that building. So they doing this kind of shit on them, investigating on this kind of shit on the other people in the building too. That's a lot of work. I think they just talk. They uh they putting y'all file into the crazy motherfucker stack. Okay, they gonna just be investigating them other people because they know y'all just crazy, and they just gonna say these some crazy bitches on YouTube, and we gonna put them over here, and we ain't even gonna think we gonna just let them tell them anything. Y'all is stupid. Well, Octavia's been out here trying to clean it up because Kiki is in hiding. When VS started talking about going to them fire people and other authorities on her ass, now she got her ass hiding, and Octavia's out here swinging and banging on everybody. He don't want nobody to call the fire people, and he don't want nobody to call the apartment people. But you know how the beef sector do it. You know how they do on YouTube, Octavia. When y'all came out here and started talking about the fire, you know they gonna call the people. Even people, BS ain't the only one gonna call them fire people. It's gonna be other people that do it. And he mad because BS put his Kiki have a GoFundMe for her fire, and she want $25,000. Well, he seemed like Octavia's mad because that came out. You know, because Kiki was saying she was homeless and all of this, and put Shelly name all in it. Well, Shelly come out here and told him she already got her a place. You know, she showed Shelly her place before the fire story even hit YouTube. She already had a place. Now, why she's sitting up here saying that her daughter could have been hurt in the fire? Now, you say your daughter was with you on this extravagant trip you went on. One minute you say she was with you. The next minute you say she was at the apartment and could have been hurt or worse. And the issues with the cat. You say the cat was in the apartment. I believe the cat probably was in the apartment and they got the goddamn cat out. You know, before it got the fire got just too bad. But that's just my opinion. I don't know. Uh, from the pictures that I've seen, it was a bad fire, and they say people was jumping off the balconies and stuff trying to get away from it. So you know that's really bad. But as far as I know, it wasn't no lives lost in the fire, which y'all should be thankful for that. But I think a couple people got hurt when they jumped, you know, to safety. Which I would have jumped. Hell, I would have jumped too. They wouldn't have to tell me to jump. I would just jump. I would have jumped and rolled. They say stop, drop, and roll when you're on fire. But I'm sick of that story. Now, a lot of it been taking place over there on Lemon Panel. And Lemon be saying, we're not going to talk about the fire anymore. But then the next thing, they start talking about the fire on the live. So it is what it is. It's just a damn mess, okay? And when BS was calling herself trying to drag and stuff, you know, she really can't drag, but she is trying. And I think the only way she's going to learn is keep on trying. Where she was saying that Kiki was, well, she didn't call her name because BS don't call name, which I think is dumb. I would say her name and anybody else's name. I hate the people that do those subliminals. You know who they talking about, but then I got to act like you don't know who they talking about.
Crystal say your food in the refrigerator.
Okay.
And she say your money's in the sack.
All right. Um, she was saying that Kiki was asking for handouts on Skid Row. Uh, she was saying that Kiki and Shelly lied on her. She don't like the people had, like when people be on the panel talking about different things that's going on. A lot of content creators think that you should stop them if you think they lying. But hell, we don't know if they lying or not. People just get up there and say what they got to say, but I can't say that like for sure that I know that VS didn't start the fire. Hell, I don't know if she started it or not. But it ain't my place to get up there and say, "Oh, now VS didn't do this." So we can't really say if Kiki lying or not. We don't know what the fire marshal asked Kiki. You know, do you know? They might ask her, "Do you have any? Do you have any enemies? Or do you know why somebody would set your apartment on fire?" Well, she gonna say VS because on VS be into it all the time. But another thing, VS and Kiki. Now y'all know that the judge told y'all before not to bring that bullshit back in the courtroom, and y'all finna take y'all black asses right back in there. And that's so stupid. Y'all just need to not have no contact with each other. But see, y'all just can't help it. Y'all just keep messing with each other. Like when VS shut up and don't be saying nothing about them, one of them will say something about her. Or like Octavius come up with that picture a couple of months ago and sent it to Lemon, and I think he sent it to other people. Some kind of picture of VS. And now then here come the fire. Well, VS name got put in the fire. And I know she don't like that. I wouldn't like nobody calling me no arsonist. And I know VS don't like that shit. And VS, do what you gotta do, to protect yourself. Hopefully this shit don't grow no bigger legs than it's got now. But I'm thinking it will. And like when people like if now I like Octavius, but when people don't agree with him, he get like he be like going at you when you might be asking him something simple. He might strike at you, and Octavius, I don't like that. Give the other person a chance to say what their view. Everybody just can't go on your view and on Kiki's view. Don't be so hostile when people talk about it to you because y'all bought it on here. And everybody's not gonna agree with y'all. That's why God gave everybody a different brain. We make our own decision. But just because I don't agree with you, don't mean that we have to fall out. And on this, I do not agree with you. And I do not agree with Kiki. Because she all over the place. That's just where I feel about it. Now VS is also standing behind Tulsa, which I don't see anything wrong with that. This is stemming from like when Rico P. Bomb's Broadway show. It's still trickling down, and Tulsa wound up in it. Now Tulsa, she like me would hang around over there in the Mo 3 Beef sector. Now I go to a lot of places that Tulsa didn't go. but I was at places that she did go to. And some people accept Tulsa, some people don't. You know, some of the people over there let her come on their panels, and some of them won't. And the people that let her come on their panels, they are being the people want them to stop like letting Tulsa come to their panel. Well, Mahia, he's not gonna do that. He gonna continue to let Tulsa come over there. Which hell, that's my right. He can let whoever he want on his panel. You know, he ain't got nothing against Tulsa, so he lets her up there. But like Broadway and some of the others, they're not gonna let Tulsa on their panel. And a lot of this stuff is coming from that. And it still fall out from Rico. Well, VS is standing behind Tulsa. And, you know, she was saying that the beef sector stand behind Tulsa. Everybody in the beef sector do not stand behind Tulsa. Everybody don't agree on the same things over here. Everybody's not going to fight for the same thing. Well, you know, and that's BS right. You know, now, uh, and BS have been like letting people come up on the panel. You know, she been opening the panel up and letting like Tulsa, Rico, Deidre, J Dunn, different ones get on the panel to talk to her. And Wu was one of the people that was up there when all of this was going on. Like it kind of turned into a gay war, like the gay beef sector against the Mo 3 sector, which that's not what it is. It's like Rico, Queen Tulsa, you know, the ones that's everybody got to really fight for themselves. Now that's the way I feel about it. Because I'm not gonna get out here swinging and banging, and then when I get in trouble, don't nobody come to my help. I'm not finna do that, and I will be fighting every day on YouTube. I don't feel like doing that. Okay. Um, it's not gonna turn into a sector against sector thing, but sector wars keep coming up. But I just don't see the beef sector doing it. You know, going against them. I do not see that, and I don't see it like when they say we're gonna go to war with the black sector. I don't agree with that. I don't think it's gonna ever happen. Now, people might strike each other, which they do that anyway. So I think everything gonna be the same way it is. But like over there in the Mo 3 sector right now, everybody's using their banners a whole lot more than they did before Rico P on Broadway. Don't really, if you kind of iffy, they're gonna put their banner up, or if you known to like P bomb, they're gonna keep their banner up all the time. So that's how it is over there right now. Lemon uses his banner a whole lot, which I don't see nothing wrong with that because Lemon have been P bomb before and stuff, and you know, it is what it is. You know, um, a lot of times, the content creators. Now, I've noticed this on some of the content creators. They be into it with different people out in the streets. They just and then like if a crisis come up, then they'll jump on that side and you know try to get people to go fight for them while they can just stand back and relax. And I ain't finna do that. I'm not finna get out here and bang and they sit back and relax. You know. And people sometimes they get called out on it. I was in the Mo 3 sector the other week and a girl got called out on it. You know, people jumping out to help her. And what she would do, she would just sit back, let them fight. And that went on for about a week until it triggered in the people head that was fighting for this person. Then they turn against her. And hey, we've been out here jumping up in here fighting, and your ass ain't even you ain't saying nothing on the panel. While we out here fighting, getting beat down, and your ass sitting up there quiet as a damn church mouse. What kind of shit is that? And I just sit there and watched it, and it took them about a week to catch on. They were doing all the fighting. The girl, she wasn't hitting nothing on it. When she would be on the panel, they would jump in front of everybody to protect her. I was laughing. Now I'm gonna tell you this here, Brian. He is so funny, okay? And Brian is always up to devilment. Brian gets some shit going. He'll start some shit and then stand back like I was saying this other person was doing. He'll get shit started, then he'll just step back. And now he done got the damn panel in an uproar. And he just step back and watch. Now I like Brian. And Brian just be cutting up. Well, the other day he was cutting up and he thought he was gonna get Castro out of whack, out of his get Castro just like flustered. But Castro was ready for Brian. Brad was sitting in the sauna because he sits in the sauna after he work out. Well, he was sitting in the sauna. He was saying like it was 150 degrees or 100. I don't know how he's sitting in that thing with it that hot. But he'll sit in there and do his commentary. And he was in that goddamn sauna the other day and he started messing with Castro. And so Castro hit the link. And when uh Brad like swatted at Castro, honey, Castro tore Brad ass up. Do you hear me? Brad was talking about he was hot, and he was, I can't, it's too hot in here. It was so funny. Castro told Brad ass up. He was ready for him. And y'all know Castro stutter when he talk a lot. The Castro wasn't stuttering. He wasn't doing it. He was talking to him just like this. And he was calm as a cucumber, honey. And he let Brian have it with both barrels. And Brian, he was flustered, child. He was ready to get off of that damn line and get out that hot ass sauna. Ooh, that shit was funny. And a couple of days ago, now Castro. Now this was before Castro uh, told Brian ass up the other day. Well, Brian was doing a laugh, and he said that Yolanda said that Castro and Tommy had been meeting up, and they was like going out to eat, going to the movies and stuff, which ain't nothing wrong with that. But it is something wrong with that because they have court cases on each other. Well, they finally went to court allegedly. Now this is allegedly. They are not supposed to have contact and this and that. Well, Yolanda got a recording, and it's having them meeting up together and all of that. And the way Yolanda got the recording of them actually being together is because they was on live doing a lot of it. Because Tommy be live, when he be out doing things. Well, they was out to eat. I think it was at the IHOP. That's on live. Uh, them talking on the phone to each other. That's on live. And Yolanda got it, child. Well, allegedly, they supposed to be, I don't know who is supposed to be giving that to the judge because they going against the judgment of them staying away from each other. So I don't know how that's gonna play out, but y'all Yolanda on Castro and Tommy ass. Everything they do, she is recording y'all child. She, but y'all already know it, because y'all know Yolanda don't like y'all. So I guess y'all will be able to handle whatever going on, child. And she also said that she was like pissed at the pastor, Yolanda, because she feels that pastor let people get up on his panel and go with her. And she said that I think it was Tommy had talked about her mother, and I think her mother has passed, and Yolanda feels like a hurt toward the pastor because he didn't stop it. So I don't know if her and pastor are still cool or not. I don't know that. Cause see, I be moving around so much, so I don't have time to just be at Pastor's on all of his lives or be at Brian's. I just catch bits and pieces of those stories, and like Tim and Pastor. You know, I'm just giving the parts that I see, what I hear and see. And Brian was playing your London recordings of and Castro. I got this information from Brian. But I heard Yolanda say that about Pastor that he was letting. I think it was Tommy that was talking about her mama. But a lot of times Yolanda, that shit started going on, and it can't. When Pastor run his panel, some of that stuff you can't stop. You can say, "Hey, don't talk about her mama," but that's about all you can do, or either drop them. So I I don't know about that, Yolanda. Okay. Okay. Now, before I came live, I went through by pieces because she been putting them hours in on here. She be on it throughout the day and way over in the morning. You know, she been putting out material. You know, she been grinding. Well, when I came up live, I had just left pieces, and Pizza and Nika was up there, and they was dragging Quantity. And Nika was saying that Quantity is always gonna be on the man side. Like when some come up, like she like on this situation with ZX and Nika, well, Nika feel like that Quantity is taking ZX side, you know, which I didn't watch all of Quantity's videos, and I have not watched all of Nika's or Pizarro's. I'm just going on the information that I have got from this here. Uh, Nika and grown folks is into a fight right now. Well, Nika feel like Quantity is taking ZX side. So her and Pisa was over there on the panel, and Pisa was dragging Quantity, and then Nika started dragging Quantity. But see, I haven't been back over to Quantity since I went over there the other day, and she was talking about grown folks getting the information about VS being in the middle part of the hospital. That was like yesterday. And see, I haven't looked at on Quantity's last today, which she have been live a couple of times today. So I don't know, but some kind of way, Pizarro was saying that Quantity was talking about her and in her family situation, like with her kids and her husband, that allegedly Quantity made a live talking to Pizarro, you know, about single parent homes and all of that. I don't know much about it, but I'll have to watch to see what Kwani said to make Pisa and Nika so upset with her. I heard Nika them side, but I have not heard Kwani's side on it. I haven't listened to her last to see what she said to make Nika feel like she was taking ZX side. I have not heard Kwani what she said to make Pisa feel like Kwani was going against her and her husband and children. I just have to go over there and listen to Kwani, child. Um, and Pisa had a dance contest the other week. I watched some of it. I think I seen Mika dance. I seen Ro dance, and that's it. I didn't see whoever else. I don't know who won. I don't know who else danced or nothing. But I know that she had that dance show that night. Now Dragon. They had been saying for Dragon, to come up. Now that's when I left. I don't know what happened. Well, I went by pieces the next day, and it was kind of dead. You know how sometimes the beef said you get a little dead. Well, Pizza was up there. She had did a live, just a live for somewhere for the people to go. Well, Dragon hit the link, and Dragon wanted to dance. And Pizza said, "No, we did the dance contest yesterday. I don't want to do no dance thing today." Well, Dragon was saying, "Well, I thought I could go over here and dance." And, in so many words, Dragon wanted some cash out. And Dragon feel like on the dance show contest that she didn't get enough cash outs. So she came back to dance again the next day for some cash outs. Well, Peace kept saying, "No, And then Dragon was getting upset. Then she was started talking about Lemon. It was a goddamn mess, y'all. And so Peace was very patient with her and stuff, but Peace was saying, "No, we ain't doing no contest, and I ain't gonna be live long," because Peace was just filling in the space until Lemon went live. Well, Lemon went live, and when he went live, everybody was going over there. Peace was saying, "Well, I'm getting ready to get over here. Dragon, I'll come back later. Maybe you can dance, and maybe you can't dance. I don't know, but I'm ready to go. I'm finna go over here to Lemon." Well, see, Dragon can't go over to Lemons, because they been fell out. And Lemon said he don't want to be bothered with her. Well, the other, like a couple of days before the dance contest, Pisa asked Lemon would he be willing to talk to Dragon, like so they could hash it out and maybe make back up. And Lemon said he didn't want to have nothing to do with Dragon. So when Peace and all them went over to Lemons, Dragon couldn't go. And see, she's still mad because Lemon would not accept her apology and this and that. So I don't know. It was some. Lemon said I think they supposed to have a twerk contest or something on his show one night, and he said that Dragon can participate in that. So I don't know. I don't know if Lemon gonna. I guess she can do the twerk contest, but I don't know if they're gonna make up. I feel like they'll probably make up when that shit go on. I don't know. But Lemon been mad at Dragon for a while this time. Okay, now I'm through with. Wait a minute. Oh no, I'm not through with Pizza yet. And when Dragon was upset, when she was going off over there at Pieces, she still feel like Lemon took her channel. And I don't understand about Dragon that she want to go to Pieces and dance and stuff. Why don't she go to her own live? She a content creator. Why don't she crank up a live and just start dancing and have other people to come up there and dance? Since she like to dance, I think she would get more money like that. But I don't know. For some reason, she just don't want to push her channel. You know, Lemon say he didn't take her channel, but Dragon keeps saying he did. So I don't know how that's gonna work out. And then VS, she had put pizza name into that fire situation some kind of way, and she was saying stuff like she was gonna, like, even though pieces of avatar, like if VS have to take this fire situation to court, she was saying that she could subpoena an avatar, and Pizza is an avatar, and she lets Kiki come over there sometime. And so when Pizza heard what VS was saying, she went live and she drove the hell out of VS, y'all. She was telling VS she wasn't scared of her. Who you think you is? I ain't doing shit, and you ain't shit. And she was going off on VS, child. Now that's been about a week ago. You know. And she wasn't throwing those subliminals like VS was. She was calling VS name, you know, but VS was using the symptoms like avatars, and I could subpoena an avatar and this and that, and Pizza is an avatar. So honey, Pizza got up there and drilled the shit out of VS. Okay, now I'm going to Lemons. And sometimes I be putting little notes on here, like what I would name the my live if I come live. And on this one I made a note, if you can't beat them, join them. So I just wanted to let y'all know that, because y'all know I do that every once in a while. And on Lemon has been having a lot of people on his panels, which he always have. It's nothing new. But he have been having Octavius, Ken, Sonny, and Shelly. She hit his panels a couple times. Lady Snoop, Chopper. Let me see. Kiki, both of the Kikis. LGI been over there at Lemons a lot. Another thing came up with LGI was the other day, I think it was at Lemons. This another reason that grown folks mad at Nico. Allegedly, the other night on Lemon's panel, LGI was saying that she just really didn't have a whole lot of places to go, and Pizza and Nico told her, "You come over here to our channel." And I don't know, LGI been around here. I don't know why she don't be going to other places. She just has certain places that she go, and that's just the way she have always moved. Like mainly, she moved around in the black sector, but see now she's coming over here to the beef sector, and she like Lemon. She hangs around over there at Lemon, but I never seen her like at Breeze or at Pizzas. I think I've been seeing her at Pizzas maybe a time or two, or at Nika's. She don't be. She just don't do that. Well, they told her she could start coming. You can come over and hit the panel. Well, honey, grown folk got mad about that, and he let it be known that Nika them was trying to take food LGI over there so they can get all her money. Because evidently she do donate, because she donates to them, because she'll get up there and say, "Hey, you get my cash out." or I'm gonna hit your cash app up later on. She said that damn near every night over there at Lemons. Uh, and see, ZX can't go to Lemons, and now he can't go to Pizza and Nika. Well, when he heard them invite LGI, they can keep come over there to their lives, which LGI can come over here. I ain't got nothing against her. I ain't got nothing for her, but I ain't got nothing against her. But she can drop down in the chat and enjoy herself. Well, honey, they don't. CX don't want them LGI to have no parts of them because he don't want her to donate to them. Well, LGI, when she heard all this bullshit going on yesterday, she hit piece of panel while Nika was up there. And she told him, no, I ain't said nothing about that, nothing like that. And I really don't know y'all. And they were saying, well, you can come over here. But if you don't want to, you don't have to. It ain't no big deal. So I don't know what the fuck. I don't know what the hell gonna happen on that. But she is a donator, because she been around here forever and she always had donated. But like I say, she just wasn't moving around the B sector. But I seen how she moved over in the black sector. I haven't seen her been hanging. I don't see her over there in the Mo3 sector. Now she could be over there, and she could be going places that I don't go. So I don't know how she moved around, but I just don't see her in a lot of places. Now you see her at MUs. She was all over the black sector. She always have like ZX. I used to see her at a Jokies. But since the black sector haven't really been doing a whole lot, I had not been seeing LGI like I used to. Because I don't hang around there with MUs anymore. We fell out years ago, and I don't want to go back over there. So I know LGI used to hang around there. And then she said, "Hun, Kiki, Octavia's lady, that she was cool with them." I didn't. Well, I remember when she was Octavia's mod because I'm a mod for him. But some kind of way they done fell out. She fell out. Her and Kiki fell out. So therefore, her and Octavius was gonna fall out because they ride together. Uh, so I don't know about that. Well, okay, like Kiki them was her and Octavius had been hanging around their lemons, because of the fire and all that, keeping that going. Well, LGI, she hangs around over there in lemons. And so her and Kiki, they bumped heads over there one night at Lemons, and her and Octavius bumped heads. And I mean, they was dragging. They were dragging each other to the gods. They wasn't holding shit back. And LGI was saying that Kiki, she always say she have money and stuff, which the girl must have some kind of money because she be going all out the country and stuff. Kiki, she is well traveled. You know, like she be moving around in the United States and in other countries. But she wasn't even in the U.S. when her apartment caught on fire, allegedly. She had took 2 trips out of the country, like back to back, they say. Um, well, LGI was saying that Kiki was broke and that Kiki had been borrowing money from her. And they was telling a lot of each other dirty laundry, child. But it was so many of them calling and cussing, you couldn't hear everything. LGI was saying stuff, secrets about Kiki, and Kiki was saying secrets regarding LGI. It was a goddamn mess. And I don't know if they come to no, they didn't come to no agreement. Like like to smooth things over, because Lemon was trying to get them to make up or agree to disagree. Well, they wasn't hearing that shit, and I mean, it went on for days. And then LGI started buying Octavius off the panel. Like every time he would hit the panel, she would hit the panel and buy him down. But she would be buying him down for like 30 minutes and stuff like that. Well, Octavius bought LGI down for like 30 minutes. And I think they just really being petty with each other. And I like to buy down game. I've always told y'all that. But a lot of people over here don't like it. And there's a lot of people in the Mo3 sector that do not like the buy down game, but I love it. Well, then they start saying that Lemon, Ken Nola will start saying that Lemon is like scamming. Now, from what I seen when because I've been watching his replays, and sometimes I be in the lab when stuff going on, but a lot of time when Lemon lab, Mahel is live late at night or Broadway. And then I have other people. I like Lax. I be at Lax a lot. It's places that I just like to be at. And I always watch Lemon replay, but I do be going through there at night because sometimes he have to pull the lab down. And Mink and Nurse K wound up hitting Lemon panel one night, and they drugged the hell out of each other. They drugged the hell out of dead folks. They drugged the hell out of kids. They drugged the hell out of ancestors. They tore Lemon panel up. And I'm glad I got to see it because that live is gone. Like Lemon had to throw away like lives back to back, like 2 nights in a row. Cause they was over there acting a goddamn fool. And it wasn't just Mink and Nurse K. It was Octavius, other people over there. They went crazy for a couple of nights over there. And those lives are gone, child. But I got to see some of them. Because like I said, I do run through Lemons at night. I'll run through and see if anything going on from that. If ain't nothing going on, I go back to Broadway and run back through there maybe in another hour. That's how I normally do. And that's how come I see some of the stuff that y'all will never get to see. And it's on other people too that do content. Like the live that Rico P on Broadway, that live is no more. A lot of the labs get pulled down. You can't watch the replay. Well, honey, they got Lemon. He got tired of that shit about not having to pull his labs down. And then when he would go live after them 2 nights in a row when he had to take them labs down, he was going like when people starting to get into it, he was stopping. He was saying, I'm not gonna lose this live. Yeah, I'm not gonna talk. You're not gonna say that on here. You're not gonna, he was cutting them off. Boom, boom, boom. And I don't blame him. But honey, they was acting a fucking fool. It was out of control, honey. And see Nurse K and Mink, they had been into it like all day long. It started that morning. Mink had did a live on Nurse K. And I watched that live later on, but when the wood shaking they started going on over there, the Mo3 said it was real busy. And I noticed that Nurse K went laugh because see, like I said, I didn't see Meek laugh at the time. Yeah, I went over there to Nurse K, and Nurse K was dragging the hell out of me. She was dragging. I said, "What the hell done happened?" And Nurse K drug Meek on her laugh for about 2 hours. Okay, then other people started going live, and then a lot of people did not realize that these two ladies had been dragging each other ever since early in the morning. Where every time people would go live, them two women would wind up being in them lives, and they were dragging each other all over the Mo 3 sector. I mean, dragging each other every time somebody went live, they'd hit the panel and they started dragging each other. Well, the shit wound up over here in the beef sector, over at Lemons. They wound up at Lemons, and I was saying, damn. And Lemon couldn't do shit with them women. It was a damn mess. Y'all hear me? Now I knew that Nurse K and Mink, they didn't care for each other and they would drag each other. But honey, not like they did that day in 24 hours. They drug each other for 24 hours. If one of them hit the link over there in that Mo 3 sector, the other one would hit it. And it was bouncing from live to live to live, child. And it stopped over here in the B sector. They ain't been dragging each other. But and see Lemon, Lemon and Nurse K had fell out a long time ago, and Nurse K wouldn't really be hanging around over at Lemons. But Lemon and her, they were saying, she was saying to Lemon, me and you ain't made up. But I know you'll let me hit your panel. And that's why I come over here to drag this bitch, And Meek was saying, I'm gonna drag your ass, bitch, and all of that. And I mean, they was woo. And so Lemon and Nurse K did get to talk. And they ironed a few things out. And they were supposed to contact each other, like on IG or something like that, and just really see what, try to work their issue out. So I don't know if they have or have not, but at least they are at a point right now that they are, they could talk to each other without it going turning it into a drag each other. And that's 100% better than it was like 2 weeks ago. They also talked about Let's Be Honest, which, Let's Be Honest and Lemon was cool. But when Nurse K, when that was going on with Nurse K, Let's Be Honest was Nurse K's girlfriend or boyfriend, whatever they call it. Well, Let's Be Honest was going to follow Nurse K. And I don't see nothing wrong with that. And Lemon and Nurse K hate that Let's Be Honest passed away before her and Lemon could, reconcile. But there's something that can't nothing be done about that now. That Let's Be Honest is gone. It can't nothing be done about that. Okay. Let me see. Wait a minute. When LGI was and Kiki was dragging each other, LGI was telling Kiki that she was homeless, and she was telling her to prove that she had somewhere to live, that she wasn't homeless. She was saying, I'll give you the money to fly to Octavius so you don't be homeless. Now, this is before Shelly came out and said that Kiki ain't homeless, she got a place to stay. LGI also it'll be known that she had been loaning Kiki money. She said that Kiki just tell lie after lie after lie. Um, do not close my door, young lady. Okay, they don't talk back either. Um, LGI was telling she told Kiki that she was gonna harass her every time she seen her on a panel. Um, she called her a dumbass lush, and she said that she was gonna pay her down. And she said that, and she was telling her, "Come on, bitch, let's go bag for bag." She was ready to do the bow down game with her, which Kiki didn't do. She was calling Kiki a big fat bitch. And she was telling her she wasn't no trust fund baby. And she say, since you say you got some trust fund, why don't you reach in that and get some money? She said, cause you don't have a trust fund and you broke. And she was saying, if you got so much money, why you borrowing money from me? And she told her she didn't want to be her friend anymore, to move on. That she was nothing but trouble. That she didn't like her. And she said, stop mentioning her. And she said that she didn't want no part of Kiki. And Kiki was telling her, you a ugly, weird ass bitch. And she said, you need to stop acting like she got more money than her. That's what Kiki was telling her. She told LGI that I'm a professional. And she talked about her dead mammy. And she said her dead mammy was a lush. And the fuck you. She also said that Lemon liked her more than she liked LGI. And she was saying that LGI was a crazy ass fuck. Kiki and Ken got into it. And then she was just kept saying that I'm just trying to be your friend, Ken. I just want to be your friend. I don't understand them two relationship at all. I don't know the way that man have talked on her clothes and showed her pictures, her daughter pictures. They done been to court. Well, Ken didn't go. She went and put charges on him. And I don't understand their relationship. I don't understand why she would give Ken a call. To me, I feel like they never have really stopped talking to each other. Her and Ken Nola. He got some kind of hold on her, and he got the same kind of hold on Sonny. Cause Sonny, he showed her children's birth certificates, and I asked her. I said, "Sonny, why did you give him your children's birth certificates?" And she was like, "Well, he said he needed it for such." I was like, "Oh my God." These people get too much information to people. We are strangers. Ken and Sonny ain't never met each other. Why the fuck you gonna give him your kid's birth certificate? Kiki and Sonny ain't never met each other. Why the fuck you giving them pictures of your daughter? This shit is ridiculous. How much information they people give to other people on themselves. I don't ask nobody on your. I don't want to see shit you got. Don't send me no. No, I don't talk to none of these folks because I see how it goes on Mad Day. The best of friends turn on each other on here and spill the beans, and I ain't got time for that. And then they make back up, and then they spill the beans on each other again, and then they make back up, and then they do it again. I ain't got time for that. But I ain't giving nobody my key. You what the fuck you need anything for? But I found out later on that allegedly that Sonny gave him her children's birth certificates because some kind of way they were supposed to be getting free tablets. Well, why do I got to go through Ken and get a free tablet for my child? Ken, give me the address, give me the contact person, or give me the website. Because Ken can't fill the papers out. I have to fill them out. If I'm gonna get a free tablet for one of my children, I would have to fill stuff out. And plus, like to get stuff like that, you ain't got to send no fucking birth certificate. That's dumb. Oh my Lord Jesus, I can't go now. Oh my Lord Jesus. And then they were on Lemon's panel one night. They were trying to get Kiki to show her apartment. And she was getting ready to show her apartment. But Octavia said, no, no. But, Octavius, Kiki going to get drunk one day and she going to come on live without her banner up. She going to do it. So, and plus, it is what it is. Now, her cat is okay because she has been showing her cat on lives. All right. Okay, now when that fire stuff started at the beginning, because they were doing it night after night over there at Lemons talking about it. Ken, Kiki, Octavius, different ones was talking about the fire. Well, when that was going on, Ken Nola said that he talked to the fire chief or whoever that he was on three-way with Kiki and them. Kiki, why would you have him on? Why would you have him up in your fucking business like that? Even if you're on the phone when that fire people call, say, kid, I got to go. I got to talk to these fire people. I just got to go. You ain't got to tell him who you getting ready to talk to. I got to go. So, a lot of this stuff is foolishness. A lot of this shit is lies. To me, when you got to think about something too hard and trying to piece together shit, you ain't got time for that. It's a lie, okay? The truth is the truth. And a fucking lies are got fucking lie. And it just laugh on top of lies on top of lies. They'll say it one day this way, or like Kiki doing her daughter. Her daughter was with her. No, my daughter was at the apartment. No, no, I didn't say that. My daughter was. Bitch, I heard what you said. Octavius, you heard what she said. You heard she said that her daughter was in the apartment. Her daughter wasn't with her. And then the next second, no, she was with them. See, that's some bullshit. Them some lies. And plus, see, her daughter go to school. Now, I don't know if that girl still live with Kiki or if she live on campus or if she have her own apartment. See, the girl is grown now. So I can't say if the girl live with Kiki or not. But I would just hope Kiki just leave her daughter out of it because I get to where she have done before to put that child on YouTube, you know. But the girl is grown now and she can say no to her mother now. When she was underage, you don't have that wiggle room. But see, now she grown, she can say no. I'm not gonna do that shit. And hopefully she start doing that. Hopefully she don't ever get back on here concerning her mama business. But I bet you that she done told Kiki she ain't gonna be involved in this insanity shit no more. Cause the girl was so upset one time, she was crying and shit on here. And see, that's too much. Let a child stay in a child place. You know, they ain't involved in this YouTube shit. Okay, let me go on down. See what else Lemon was talking about. Let me make sure y'all y'all can still hear me. Okay, because you know how I do sometimes. I get all and forget to look at my damn screen. I have my notepad. I got it big so I can see. I'll tell you somebody else got into it at Lemons was Octavius and Pizza. And Pizza was calling him fat. Wait a minute. And when it was so funny. She was calling him fatso and all kind of fat asses and stuff. And them, Octavia said, I've been delivered from fat. I hit the floor and that boy said that. He said he got delivered, y'all. And he was telling her that she was jealous of his numbers, and she was telling him she got more ass than she told. Because Pizza told him, because it was like a funny back and forth drag. She told Pizza that he had more ass than anybody on the panel, and I hit the flow. And she was telling him that she didn't know why they was blaming VS and Sonny for the goddamn fire, which I feel the same way. And then Shelly name wind up in it. And Kiki had said that her and Shelly was best friends. And then Shelly, she hit grown folks panel and she was saying, I ain't talked to you but like one time on the phone. Now I don't know how true that is or not. I don't know how close they are. But Kiki was revealing a whole lot of shit, while she was drunk. You know. And I don't know. Cause ain't no telling who I be talking to. And when Octavius and LG was into it, she was asked him if Kiki was welcome to come to his place. Could she stay with him? And she said, I'll fly Kiki down there. I'll get her a plane ticket to Florida. And Octavius, he refused to answer her. And he didn't say if she could come or not. I was saying, child. But I think that Octavius and his mother, I think that they have like separate apartments, but it's in the same building. Cause Larry and Woo, they like that, and Larry live in the same building that his mama live in, but they don't live in the same apartment. And I'm thinking that might be kind of way Octavius is, but I don't know for sure. So don't put, that's just the way I feel about it, but I don't know. But they might be, he might do live with his mom. I don't know. Uh, Child. Now I don't know if Sour Patch in here, but Sour Patch, I got to talk about this. You know I like you and stuff. Now big man stopped by Lemon. And he think he think all the girls want him. And child, some kind of way it came up about him and Sour Patch showing each other body. And he said that Sour Patch showed him her stuff to him, and she had a ring light on, and he said that she showed him her ussy, and he told Lemon that Sour Patch is a girl, because they was trying to say she was a tranny, which I know she's not. That's just a drag that people do. But he said she ain't no man. And he said she asked to see him, and he showed it. He said, but he was in the dark. And she said that Sour Patch told him that she was attracted to him because he reminded her of Biggie Small. That she like big men like Biggie and Big Man and like Biggie Small. And he also said that they fucked on camera. Cause he say when you do that, like when you show each other bodies, that's fucking on camera. That's what Big Man he say they call it. I guess I don't know, but that's what he was calling it. And I was saying, what? Let's see. And Shelly wound up hitting Lemon Panel. And she was saying, I'm not in this shit. I don't know why my name keep coming up. Y'all need to leave me the hell alone. I'm trying to stay out of this shit because I can't expose a lot of shit. And y'all don't want me to get the cop talking. She keeps saying the same thing. And then she was on there again another night on Lemon's panel. And that's when she said that Kiki have her own place. I have seen it. So Kiki have showed her place. So she was never displaced, really. Uh, and Shelly said, I just don't want y'all to keep my name out this shit. I ain't in this. And y'all need to leave that alone. Leave me alone. She keep asking them to leave her alone. So I don't know if anything else gonna come out tonight concerning Shelly's name in this. I don't know if they gonna stop going on Lemon Panel and other panel discussing this fire and putting other people's names in it. But Shelly want her name out of it because she said I ain't got no parts to do with nobody fire. But she said don't get her to talking. So I suggest y'all leave Shelly alone. And that Lemon and Cosmo, they be getting into it too. And I don't think they really care for each other. But the guy keep hitting Lemon link. And he said, and Lemon told him, he said, you didn't just leave me alone. You the one got caught laying up with a man. And then Cosmo, he started showing his chains and stuff. And Lemon was saying that shit fake. And I was hollering. And he was saying that Lemon was telling the Cosmo jewelry came from Timu. And then he said it came from Amazon. And then he said it came from Piggly Wiggly, child. When he said Piggly Wiggly, that's a grocery store lemon. That ain't no jewelry store, but I get the joke though. And Lemon said that he tried to hit his panel one night that Casmo did, and he said that he was backstage. He was sitting on a toilet bucket naked. Now, why would somebody hit the panel bucket naked on the stool? That's so stupid. But see, these people do anything. And Lemon and Rex, they gets into it. And Lemon said that Rex had been kicking it with some of his friends, and that he was on Xanax. That Rex was on Xanax, and like his friends, I guess they got ready to go, so they left him outside on the ground. And they said some raccoons attacked Rex, and somebody had to call his mama, and his mama had to come and get him. And I was saying, what? And why would your friends leave you laying out there on the ground? Why come they didn't take you to your mama door? I don't get that one. But he said that Rex had discussed that on a panel. And Rico and Rex got into it. And Rico told him that no, Rex told Rico that he was gonna treat him like a dog. He was gonna kick him like a dog. And then it came up, like when BS and Lemon made up, not this time before they fell out, how when he asked to be forgiven, how she talked to him and then called him her bitch. And see, that's one thing about VS. When she might take your apology or whatever, but she gonna let you know you still a bitch. And that's what go for anybody on here. She gonna have the upper hand. And I don't know if Lemon gonna go back and apologize to her for whatever they fell out for this time. But yeah, she gonna always gonna show she got power over you. And that's just the way VS is. And like she ain't gonna mess with nobody and she ain't getting nothing out the deal. And she always have said that I'm gonna get something. You gonna give me something. It might be information, it could be money, you know, it could be access to your panel, because when she up there, a lot of people don't hit the panel. Or she won't, or she can sit on your panel and you don't let nobody drag her, but she's gonna get something out of it. So if she get back cool with Lemon, you may as well start by getting ready to kiss her ass. And when Nika was dragging ZX today, she told him to get off her pussy lips. And she also told him to get off of VS pussy lips because he been on her pussy lip forever. Now I was hollering, you hear me? Nika was dragging her ass off. She been dragging for 2 days, child. And I've been enjoying it. She told him on the live she did earlier. She said that, bitch, I ain't even sitting up. I ain't mad, bitch. She said, I'm laying down dragging you, nigga. She was talking that shit. Do you hear me? But he asked for it. And Lemon, like when BS was doing the beef sector, got to stand behind the beef sector, and that I have a dream speech trying to rally the crowd up to come fight with her against the Mo 3 sector. Lemon said, I ain't fighting for no goddamn body. He said, y'all got me fucked up. He said that the B sector, wait a minute. He said that the B sector did more fuck shit to him than any other sectors. Them was saying, fuck that shit. I ain't getting out there fighting. But I don't blame him because I ain't getting out there fighting. What I look like going to fight for Rico pulling his dick out over them? What I look like going over there to the Mo 3 sector fighting them people because Rico pulled his dick out on Broadway panel? I'd be a fucking fool. What kind of sense that make? And why the B sector gonna be mad at the Mo 3 sector for Rico pulling his dick out? Why the B sector go against the Mo 3 sector because they don't care for Tulsa? I'm not finna go out there and go over there to the Mo 3 sector to tell them what they better do and how they better treat Tulsa. That ain't my goddamn, that's not my claim to fame. I'm not going over there telling them shit. I'm gonna go over there, I'm gonna lay low. When that shit get heated up over there, I lay low. Now, if they ask me if they like Broadway asked me to hit his panel when this bullshitting was going on, and I did, and I told him I ain't standing behind no bullshitting. That I wasn't in this shit. Mahia asked me to come up there. I said the same damn thing. Y'all do what the fuck y'all want to do. I'm not in this bullshitting. And I'm not. I'm not getting up there saying, y'all need to let Tulsa get on y'all goddamn panel. I ain't finna tell them they need to let nobody up on their panel. If you gay or straight, I ain't finna do it. I ain't gonna tell them that Broadway he wrong because he don't want Tulsa on his panel. I ain't gonna tell Bimp he wrong because he don't want Tulsa over there on his panel. I'm not gonna tell Mayor he wrong because he let Tulsa be on his panel. I'm not getting in that bullshit. They all got to handle their business how they want to. It's not a requirement for me to be in this shit, and I'm not getting in it. I'm not fighting for nobody. And you can forget it. And you fall out with me if you want to. I don't give a fuck. I still ain't gonna fight for you. So I don't care. And Rico, he had been hitting them in panel when all this here stuff was going on, about him pulling his wee out. And he got some against Itsy Bitsy. And he kept calling Itsy Bitsy out, telling Itsy Bitsy that they were fake. And he was saying that Itsy Bitsy mod for a fake ass pastor, which he talking about pastor. And he was saying that Itsy Bitsy mod for a fake ass pastor, and that always losing his job. He was going in, and he did that for a couple of days. I don't know what Itsy Bitsy and Rico got going, but honey, Rico don't like you. And Rico and Sparkles got into it over there at Lemons. Wait a minute, I done messed up. Wait a minute. Let me see. I almost exited out of here. Hey, Davin. Hey, Stacey Robinson. Eye on the prize. Hey, Jackie. Try myself speaking to a couple of people since I had to come back over here and see if I was still alive, child. Sometimes I be just talking and ain't even and I be to kick myself out. Hey, Big Red Diva. Big Red Diva, honey, she have fun. Hey, hey, I'm so H-Town. Yeah, Big Red Diva, honey, she be partying. Hey, Comet. Hey, Rodney. Hey, Candy Cane. Hey, G Glow. Hey, Queen Lakers. Hey, Unfiltered. Hey, Arias. I think that's. Hey, Judy. Hey, 3,000 degrees. Ooh, that's hot, child. Ooh, that's hot. That's hotter than that sauna that Brian be getting in. Hey, Cookie Monster. Yeah, that 3,000 degrees, huh? That's hotter than that 150 degree. That was so fun. Castro got Brian ass the other day. Yeah. Hey, only one. Big Op Skip. Okay. Let me get my notepad back up, child. I'm still in the B set, child. Let me see what else I got. Then I'm gonna get over there to that Mo 3 set, child. It's been going ON over there, child. I've been getting my life. Okay, I'm through with the. Wait a minute. Oh, Rico and Candy Cartel had got into it, and he also got into it. Now Rico was dragging everybody on the panel. He got into it with Candy. That's Candy Cartel from the black sector. He got into it with Ken Nola. He got into it with Rune Shaker. He was into it with everybody. He was swinging on everybody that night. Sparkles, Lady Snoop and Trish had got into it. And Lady Snoop, who she get into it with the other night? I think she got into it with Sonny. Lady Snoop been out there dragging. She been dragging on Lemon Panel. She been getting into it with people. She sure have. So Lady Snoop is active out here. Okay, y'all. Now I'm through with the beef sector. Lord, I'm gonna get over here to the Mo 3 sector. I hope Big Op Skip, I hope you have parked your car if you still in here. Now we getting to the nitty goddamn gritty. Well, I was at who else was I at when I found this out? Let me get back down in my notes. Hold on. I was at Cam's the other day. And in his live, he said that he heard Wu was in jail. And he kind of skimmed over it, but he didn't have no information. It was like when it first hit the street. And he didn't have so much information about it. So I was just start moving around over the Mo 3 set to see if I could find anything. And so it started going from panel to panel to panel. China was live. Now, I be at channels all the time. She was live and she was talking about it. And so I stayed over there and They were saying that it was something to do with like interfering with like a person calling 911. And so when she wasn't really saying so much about it, but she was saying some things about it. And I seen Envy here went live. He had Wu name in the title. I said, well, maybe he know more about it. So I went over there. Because okay, when I left China's, they were saying that she had hit somebody in the head or something. And then they were saying that it could have been from her hitting Larry in the head with that skill at that time. So it was like all kind of rumors was going around at the different places I was going in the Mo 3 segment. So I went over to Envy's when I seen Wu name was in the title. Envy had been live like 30 minutes, something like that. So I was in the chat, and when Envy started talking about Wu, he said, well, Paulette, you be in the Mo 3 sector, hit the panel and let's talk about it. And I said, okay. So I hit the panel and I told him what I heard about it, which I had heard that she hit somebody in the head. Uh, and I think I found out that she had hit somebody in the head and that she didn't have no bone and that she was getting transferred, had to be transferred back to Texas. Because she in Minnesota or somewhere like that, Milwaukee. Well, see, I found all that out over there at China's. I went from Cam's and moved around a little bit. Then I found out about China. Okay, when I left China's, I knew, okay, I know Wu was in Minnesota or wherever, or Milwaukee. I know that it's something to do with interfering with a 911 call. Okay, I know it's got something to do with an injury to a person, a man. And then they had 68 years old. I knew that when I went to Envy's. So I got to Envy's, and me and him was talking about it. And I told him what I had heard, and I say, well, they saying that it's got something to do with Larry. Then they were saying it's got something to do with like a trick. Like she was, I guess, prostitute. Okay. And I was saying, huh. And then they was somebody found out some Annie got up there and was saying that it was like she had hit a man in the head, went to jail, and was going back to Texas. And Annie said something else. I can't think of what it was. Well, now, while I was at Envy, they say China read the paperwork because they started pulling up paperwork then, different ones. Okay, so I had to, when I left Envy's, I started moving around and stuff. And, I was getting bits and pieces about the paperwork. Well, yesterday, Cam had like page after page of paperwork on this. What Cam paperwork said was that the man that Wu got into it with, they was like walking up to his apartment. They showed her hit the guy. And, they scuffled a little bit and she hit the man in the head with they said a large liquor bottle. That's what the police report said. And then she left, the person got in the apartment and got away from her. But she was gone for like 5 minutes. They got her on video 2 times attacking the person. She attacked the person inside and outside the apartment. So she went back the second time and she forced her way in. Okay, the police got called. Then the police went to the hospital because the man wound up in the hospital because he was bleeding and stuff. When he was at the hospital and the police said The man know her by Lady, but that's all he knew, Lady. I guess he couldn't remember Lady Wu, but he remember Lady. That's what they had on the police report. Uh, so some kind of way the police started looking at the police reports. I mean, at her Facebook. This is on the police report that Cam read. And they took like pictures off of her, off of Facebook, and then they did a photo array for the man, like put different pictures up there for the man, for him to pick out who hit him in the head. Well, he pointed to Wu out of the pictures. Well, okay, now they know who she was, her real name and stuff. Then, and they also said that the man had like lacerations. Let me make sure I tell y'all exactly what they called it on the police report. Hold on. I got to go down to Cam. Well, they found out what Wu address. Okay. So they went to, now this is in Texas. This incident happened in Texas. They went to Wu residence, which we know she lived with Larry. When they got there, Wu was not there. Larry said she wasn't there. He didn't know where she was at. Okay, then that's when Wu skipped town. That's when she went to Milwaukee. She left Texas because she know the police looking for her, and that's why she wound up there allegedly with her baby daddy. They got her charged with like aggravated assault. And I'm trying to find the part where I put down what the police had said about his injury. It was like not a concussion, contusions. They called it two different names. Like lacerations, like when your head split open, and maybe something like a concussion. I don't know, but they had two names of what the doctor said that she had did to him, to his head. They asked the man, did he want to press charges? He said yes. And so that's why she was running from that charge when she ran up there. Now, I don't know what happened in Milwaukee, why she had got arrested. I don't know, have a clue about any of that. Maybe she got into it with somebody somewhere. I don't know if it was her residence in Milwaukee. I don't know if it was somewhere else. But when they read her name, that's when they found out she had that warrant for the aggravated assault in Texas that she was running from. And they say that she was supposed to have went to court. She did not go to court. And that's why they put that warrant out for her arrest. Now, they say that somebody said that her bond was like 100,000, but some people say she got zero bond. Some people saying 100,000. I don't know, but she can't get out of jail at all up there. She got to come back here. She got to go back to Texas. Her children didn't know. Somebody got in touch with her kids, and they say they didn't give a damn. They said they was worried about their little brother because she got that one child she raised, and he about 3 or 4. And see, that's what I'm worried about, her child. Where is the child with a real daddy? Who got her baby? Because when I first found out she was in jail, I was saying, damn, she in jail way up there. Who got her baby? Who got her child? So. And then over in the Mo 3 Center, come now, Wu said she was moving up there with her baby daddy. But the people over there in the Mo 3 set to saying that that man that she up there with, that is not her son daddy. So I don't know. Now the word over in the Mo 3 set is that Wu is gonna be gone for a while. Because they don't think she'll be able to come up with the bond when she do get back to Texas. Then she won't be able to come up with the money for the bond. But I don't know because I've seen people go to jail. You would think they had no access to no funds, and they be in and out. And I mean some high bond. So I don't know. I don't know. But yep, and but Wu, honey, she was out there selling pussy. That's all it was. And she, like I say, she'll do it for drinks because she did that boy. Uh, damn, I can't think of his name. That she gave him some for some wine, but she do it for drinks. You know, I can't think of what that boy name. His wife died, and uh, they wound up getting together. They went to one of them hotels that you don't, you rent it like for a couple of hours, and that's what how they got together. And he bought some wine. So I guess this guy had got her a big old bottle of wine. She might have been drunk. I don't know. Now they did say on that police report too that the person said they had her phone, but they said they didn't go through her phone. So I don't know if she was trying to get her phone back from this man or what. But they do have her on ring camera, honey, attacking the person 2 times. And that ain't gonna look good in court at all. And another thing, before she left, like to go up to Milwaukee or wherever she went to, it's a clip of when she beat up Larry. And she had split his head open with a skillet. So it's known that she will hit you in the head with something. And so she could wind up killing somebody like that. Because I'm telling y'all, when she beat up Larry, and that was on live, Broadway have clips of that. And he played it over there. And Wu started telling him, don't play that. She was telling him not to play that. It's because she had hit this other person in the head that had pressed charges against her black ass. And she didn't want them to get that too for court. Because she was saying, boy, don't play that. I don't know why you keep playing that. And at first she wasn't saying that. At first she would brag about it. But then she would say, I hate it. She playing that. Don't play that Broadway. Because he the only one that play it over there. And when she beat up Larry and hit him in the head with that skillet, that was not on Broadway live. That was on like Soul Player or Show uh, Show Gang or whatever the guy's name is, Shane Gang or whatever his name is. It was on one of them channels over in the wee hours of the morning. And she was over there acting a fool, and she hit Larry in the head with a skillet. It was blood everywhere. Now, she always said that when she did that to Larry, that he didn't press no charges against her. Well, evidently he didn't, because this other person that she hit in the head, after Larry, they pressed charges on her. And luckily the person had a ring, that ring camera. Because see, they had evidence. Because they got her hitting him in the head outside. They got him hitting it, pushing over in the apartment and fighting him again. So, and aggravated assault, that's like serious. That's not like and then it's on film too. And you can't say, well, no, it happened like this. No, they see you walking up to the door with the man and y'all get into it and you hit him in the head with a large liquor bottle. So, and hopefully we'll hear something about how her child is doing. Um, I'm sure somebody will call up there because 88 had tried to call the other night. So I don't know. Now that's what I had to say to Big Op was about Woo Honey and what she was charged with and shit. And I didn't want Big Op to wreck their car chat. Another thing that happened over there, I started hearing a buzzing at different lives I would go to, and I was hearing like little slight buzzes on panels, and then I was seeing stuff in the chat, and it was concerning Duke Farrow. Now I have been keeping up with Duke. I like Duke. I ain't got no problem with Duke. And see, I had said months ago that he was going to Vegas, and I said he was on a train, but he wound up not going to. He wound up somewhere in Texas or somewhere, and he was living. He wound up being with his uncles and stuff. And y'all know he was cutting wood and clearing off land, and then he went over to one of his aunt's house and wound up with the big tractor. So I've been following him. Well, I started hearing word out in the street that he was on the Greyhound bus going to Vegas. This was like last week. I was hearing Duke in Vegas, so I would go over to his channel sometime when he was live, and I would see him on the bus. So he was going somewhere, but I wasn't gonna say Vegas until he got to Vegas. Well, then I started hearing around out in the streets. I'm keeping an eye on him. I'm seeing him on the bus, moving on the bus, allegedly headed to Vegas. And then they come up with some woman. They start saying something about a woman. And that this and this going on and that's going on. I was saying, damn, what is going on? So I was at my house the other night. And it was one of them nights, you know how you could be watching and then you just get so sleepy. And it was one of them nights. And they was just getting interesting. And it was concerning Duke. And Duke had wound up at my house. And a girl too. But I just couldn't stay awake. I tried, I couldn't. So the next morning when I woke up, I was hearing stuff going on, and I was going to different panels, different lives, and they were discussing Duke, and it was more and more and more. Well, allegedly, the Duke wound up with a lady named, we just say Elise. I don't know if her name is Alize. I don't know if it's Elise or what. But Duke wound up, he was supposed to have been going to her. Now I don't know where she lived at. I don't know what state. Well, he wound, and then they were saying about he done got into her account. Duke did this. Duke did. And I was saying, I'm thinking they talking about the lady he used to live with in Texas, because they had a big stink up when they broke up. Allegedly, he had her. He was all in her accounts. He was doing this and he was doing that. And I'm hearing the same thing. So I'm saying, wonder why they talking about her, because they not together no more. Duke on his way to Vegas. What this got to do with her? Well, child, it wasn't the other woman. It was a new one that we didn't know about. And Duke been in another sector. And I can't think of what the sector called. He in another sector, messing with some folk, being, running things over there, being on their panels, this and that. And so now he done got tied up with another woman. And he went up, in some storylines over there. Well, Duke was supposed to go to Vegas because the woman put him out. And then, the lady wound up putting him out and this and that. And so he was on the bus. I see him. He on the bus going to Vegas. It was like early in the morning because I rode on the bus with him that night for about 2 hours, child. Listening to him talk. And he said that the woman had put him out, but they had not broke up. Well, they all wound up over there in my house, and I missed that part, so I had to go back. And when I looked for the last was gone. I was saying, damn, I missed it. And so I had to piece together what I was hearing out here in the YouTube street. And then I would go to Duke to see what he had to say about it. And when I would go to Duke's channel, he would be so calm. Like he was saying, man, and this and that, and man, and this, and she had put me out, but we wasn't broke up. And yeah, I put my hand on that woman's ass, but I didn't, that wasn't nothing. I wasn't trying to go with the lady or nothing. And I was saying, what? Well, child, what happened was, let me talk about Alizé first, because I'm gonna talk about. Okay, then Mahia put up a short, like a 2 hour or an hour and something. You know how they clip the videos? Well, he had clipped the part that Duke and Elise, the Alizé woman, they part. And child, when I was listening to that woman, she was saying that something about VD, and Mahia said, you ain't got you got VD? And she was like, yeah. And then she was talking about how Duke was eating her cootie cat. Y'all, she was saying that he was sucking on her cootie cat like it was a DICK. And she was saying he had sucked her thing so hard that it had split like her pear tongue. And my mouth was wide open. She said, I would have kicked him in his head. He would have got off of my shit. He wouldn't have been on me like that. But she was talking like that. And then she was calling VD like a urinary tract infection. That ain't what the fuck VD is. VD is like gonorrhea, syphilis, the claps. It ain't got nothing to do with no fucking urinary tract infection, and it ain't got a goddamn thing to do with your pH balance being off. The fuck? Some of these motherfuckers, hey, what do y'all think VD is? Venereal disease? Do that sound like a urinary tract infection? Do that sound like a pH balance off? Don't that sound like gonorrhea? Don't that sound like the syphilis? AIDS? Don't that sound like that? I was hollering. Do you hear me? Now, I'm going to tell y'all. Now, I don't know if the clip thing, it's not like one of them short clips. It's like, we'll just say half in a video. Okay? Now, I pulled it up over there on Twitch. Now, I don't know if it's on YouTube, but it's on my, I got the Drop TV. That's my hair channel. That's his bullshitting channel. And it's on there. But y'all, that lady say he was sucked her thing like it was a DICK. Now, I ain't never heard of no woman saying that. And why would you say a man suck your thing like a DICK? But she said he was on her so bad he had split her pear tongue. And then when she broke up with him, she said she called this guy she used to mess around with, and they had sex. Now, how you gonna have sex with somebody and your cootie cat split? It's something wrong with that lady. She said she had went back to her ex and gave her ex some after Duke. Now she said what she had Duke had did to her between her legs. Y'all, my legs been clamped tight ever since that I watched that goddamn live. Do you hear me? My shit been closed. And it traumatized me. Do that's I would have kicked his teeth out. He would have got off of me. He would have did me like that. And old as he is, he know better than doing that. He is too old to be doing. You don't do no woman like that. That's tender. But honey, as soon as he sucked in it, I feel and he too old for me to teach. You know what I'm saying? I wasn't trying to teach no man that age how to do bitch. He was trying to, honey, he had like it was a chewy toy, like one of them dog things, them bone things you give your dog. He was acting like it was that, y'all. He was like a piranha. When I hit Envy Pell the other night when he told me to come up there to talk about Woo, I talked about that. Me and RNY and Envy, he jumped down, honey. He wound up in the chat. He was coming up and dropping back down, going up, because me and her was talking about that, and I was saying, girl, he said that she was sucking it like a DICK. And that's just what she said, y'all. But like I said, you can go over there to Twitch and you could get it where you could. And Duke was sitting up there when the woman was saying all this bullshit in there. Do y'all hear me? He was sitting up there. And the woman that went live 50, 11 times since then. She had been live 50, 11 times before I wound up over there in my house and I went to sleep. I couldn't stay up late that night. She had did 50, 11 lives before she hit my hair panel. And she have been 50, 11 lives since she hit my hair panel. Okay? And she said her coochie was stinking. Do y'all hear me? Jack was saying, I bet that pussy was stinking. You know, because Jack be doing them voices. I bet that pussy was stinking. She kept saying it over and over. And see, that's how she got Rico to show his ding over there at Broadway's gonna find out. Jackie kept saying something about his DICK. And she had triggered Rico, and then that's when Rico pulled it out, y'all. It was so much going on. Sometimes it be so much going on these panels, I can't keep up, or either I just focus on what this one's saying, because there's 3 other ones talking, you know? And Jackie was doing that same shit over there with that woman. And she was saying, I bet that pussy was stinking. I bet that pussy was stinking. And then the woman said, yeah, it was stinking. Do y'all hear me? She was saying her pussy was stinking, y'all. And I was hollering. And then Duke said it smelled like pee. Do you hear me? Duke said it smell like pee. How you gonna eat somebody's coochie cat that smell like pee? Diving. This man was up there on that panel. He was saying it smelled like pee. I was saying, the fuck? And then Cam, he is so fucking crazy. When he was live the other morning, because this when the shit was really going on, the shit was just everywhere with the Duke story. When Cam was live, and I can't think of who he was dragging, but then he went to talking about this lady and Duke. And he was saying, I would call over here, but no, I ain't gonna do that. And then he said, oh, she live. He said, we're gonna all go over there. You know how people say, we're gonna take the live to another place. Well, I didn't go because I didn't stay to the very end of Cam Live, and I didn't hear him say we gonna go over there. When I left his live, he was saying, "Yeah, she live. I ain't going over there." You know, he was talking like this. He was saying, "Yeah, I'm subscribed to her, but this and that." And somebody said that Cam would do an interview with her. He would give her $100, but Cam didn't say that. You know how people move around and put stuff in the chat? Somebody did that because I was in somebody live when that happened. And I was saying, I don't know why they saying Cam gonna give us $100. Cam didn't say that. Well, then they come to find out, Cam went over to her live. And so he started asking her the tough questions like, you know, I didn't get to see her live. They say he would ask her the tough questions, and she got like frustrated and she dropped Cam. Well, Cam got pissed off that she dropped him because he took his crowd to her live. And normally they say she don't get but like 20 people in a live. But then on this live, she had like hundreds because Cam took his crowd over there. Well, it pissed him off, but he couldn't go back live that day. So he went live the next morning, and he drugged that woman. Y'all, Cam drugged her for about 2 hours, and he drugged her. He drugged all the skin off that lady. He drugged her. He drugged her for a couple of hours. And I mean, everything he was saying was so funny. That live is from the other day. It's his first live, and it's from like 2 days ago. Y'all, Cam been on the roll on his lives. He keep you laughing, you know, and he make content out of the smallest thing, and he can make 15 jokes out of one little thing he said on the live. He been on the road. Now, if you want to have a good time and laugh, and he ain't doing no vicious, you know, he ain't trying to just tear you down, dragging, but it be so funny, okay? And he was live today, but he do good lives, and he do like 2 a day. You know, so you can look to get 2 good lives out of him. But his first one he do in the morning, it always be his best live. And he have been on a roll. But honey, he drug that lady. Oh Lord, he drug that lady. And see, I haven't been to her channel because I don't have her channel name. And I haven't seen her lives. So I'm just going on hearsay on her. I don't think that she'll be a item in the Mo3 sector. I think that this is going to be it for her, or as far as the Mo3 sector doing the commentary on her. But what commentary they have gotten out of her have been good. Like I said, that Lab Mahia did. You can still get half of that over there. And I'm glad he did split it up because I'm glad I got to see the part that I got to see. Because I know I was in his life for a long time before that even came up about the Duke thing. Well, honey, they wound up over there. And while that woman was lying, Duke wasn't saying you lying. Duke wasn't saying, no, that didn't happen. He was just there. And that woman was talking shit. Okay, now I'm through with that. Now I'm getting ready to go to like the next day over at Duke's. I'm over there, and the CEO was over there. I seen the CEO and Duke were on the panel. I said, let me run through here and see what's going on. And I stayed over there for hours too. Um, Duke and him was talking, and they were just talking about they had good conversation going. Okay. Um, you know how people can get misunderstood. You know, you mean this and it's that and all that kind of stuff. They was talking about things like that. And so, and they talked about the Bible. They talked about a lot of shit over there the other night. The other day, it was in the daytime, I think. And things to better themselves as black men. You know, they was discussing stuff like that. It was really interesting. So I was in the clouds. And then it got to Duke started talking about him and a lady. And his explanation, his side was, because I wanted to hear Duke's side, just Duke. He said that they had got into it. He saying she put him out. And he talked about other things that happened with them, their relationship. Okay. Like about how spending money and this and that. Okay. Well, then he said that when she put him out, he said they wasn't broke up. He said we just didn't need to be together at that time. It was good for me to go, before I wind up in jail. And I understand that. Sometimes when the person puts you out, you need to leave and maybe you cool off, I can come back. So he thought it was going to be like that. So, and I guess he was going to go on to Vegas. Which, him and this guy, he said him and some guy was just standing there talking and stuff. And he said, this is how we broke up. And he said, I'm going to show you. You want to see a CEO? And CEO say, yeah. And child, he went a step by step on the video. He showed what happened. Okay, so now when the woman was over there in hell, she said Duke had grabbed the woman's ass. And she said, I knew it was over then when I seen him grab this lady ass. And so that popped back in my mind when I went over to Duke's. And Duke said, I want to show you what happened. And so Duke was sitting up there, like just talking to some man. And he said he seen like women everywhere, okay, walking around. And I think he was in the motel lobby. And you know where the casino and stuff is at. And he said him and the guy was standing there talking, and Duke had took his cowboy hat off, and him and the man were talking about Jesus and and this and that. And so while they was talking, some women started walking up. And I think the man said something, or Duke said something, and these women just stopped and started talking to Duke because Duke was videoing. I guess she seen him doing live. And she stopped and started talking to Duke and the man. And her friend like kept going. Well, Duke said, hey, I'm a YouTuber. She said, oh, you live? And he was like, yeah, I'm a YouTuber. You a YouTuber? And she said, no, I do like Twitch or whatever she do. And she said the name of her channel. And then she started talking about how fine she was, and she started posing and stuff. And then she turned around to her butt to the camera. And that woman grabbed Duke's hand and put it on her ass. Okay? Duke didn't do that. The woman actually took his hand and put it like pop, like that on her butt. And I said, Duke was not in the wrong. The woman did that. He didn't do that. And so his girlfriend broke up with him for that. What you say? But the woman grabbed his hand and put it on her butt. And I mean, she smacked it. And Duke, when that happened, he turned and just looked in the camera. And like the expression on his face was like, yeah, but I seen how it happened. Duke wasn't wrong. He didn't do nothing wrong. And the girl broke up with him. I mean, it's like for good. It was like one of them things. And Duke said You know, while him and CEO was talking, the CEO was saying, they were saying that, well, maybe it's best that they did break up for good. You know, I think that might have been a sign for them to break up, maybe. But if she had been watching it, she could see that that the woman grabbed the Duke hand and just did that. It wasn't his fault. Cause he didn't know she was gonna grab his hand and do that. And you hear me? I was hollering, and Duke was saying, "I didn't do nothing wrong." And Texas 713, he ain't shit. You know, he always got something to say. But he was for Duke. He was saying, "Man, I'll just say it like you was 5% wrong." You know, and I could see that maybe 5%. Maybe he could have jerked his hand back, but he didn't have a clue that she was getting ready to. It was like quick, but CEO did give him 5% being in the wrong. And I can say that I would maybe 5 because the man didn't know that the woman was gonna grab his hand. Yeah, Davin, you must have seen it because I was glad that he did it like that because he showed it like step by step. You know, he was stop and talk step by step on there. I think the woman was probably, a prostitute, you know, because she was showing, like showing that she had big breasts. Oh, yeah, you seen it. She was showing off for the camera. She was wanting people to come to her page. And she was talking about fat ass and all that kind of stuff. And she had like some overalls on that was tight. But y'all, it wasn't not Duke. Duke wasn't trying to rap to that lady. He didn't stop her. No, she stopped him. Because he was standing there. He was standing there and not moving. And she was walking through and stopped. You see what I'm saying? And then it wound up her grabbing his hand and putting it on her booty. And if his girlfriend seen that, she should have seen that he wasn't trying to go with no women. He wasn't staring women up and down, like taking clothes off or nothing. Him and the man was standing there talking. So, and then like now it's all in the gutter with the VD and everything else. It went low. And maybe it best since he in Vegas, maybe it's best that he may not have a woman right now. Maybe he need to focus on himself. And from what I've been peeping in, looking at Duke, because I be up just about every night. He be down on Fremont. You know, um, he just trying to find, make money. He trying to figure out how to make money, and we'll see tomorrow when he go to his job. I wish the best for him. I like Duke. I ain't got no problem with Duke. People go through things, and it's not always your fault. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes it's not your fault. So I've been watching him for a long time, and he's making different moves right now. And hopefully, maybe Vegas is where he's supposed to be all along. You never know. Or maybe that woman that he was supposed to have, maybe it would have worked out. You know what I'm saying? We never know what the future holds. So I think I would just be solo for a while. Since, she say we broke up, I would just be solo. Maybe they get back together, but not right now. Maybe they need to both heal some more. So hopefully the best for him. Like I said, I ain't got no problem with him. I like watching him. He always show me something different. I don't watch him like I should, because I could watch him more. But I think I'm gonna keep a bigger eye, more of an eye on Duke now. But I always, I keep in touch. Let me see. Wait a minute. Okay, trying to figure out where I was at. Okay, 3:57. All right. Now, I don't know if I made notes of last night's show on 3:57. A lot didn't go on there last night. I'm finna just go on. Let me see. Okay, now when I'm gonna start with the P bomb, okay? Because this is like a couple of days after the P bomb. This is where I'm starting my hairs at. Okay, now when this P bomb happened, now ZX was gonna be all on it. Okay, so ZX hit Broadway's panel. That was when that story was real hot. And ZX is up there talking about the war between like the B sector, the Mo 3 sector. He was talking about they was out to get Broadway channel. Like the B sector people, the content creators are jealous of Broadway. All kind of stuff. They trying to take you down. They trying to take your channel. They rallying up together against you and against the sector. He was saying just all kind of stupid shit. And then he was saying stuff about VS, because he don't like VS, and so a lot of times when they have enemies, they'll try to turn other people against you. And he was trying to put VS up in it too, this and that. So this went on for about 40 minutes or so. And then he was putting stuff in the back chat. Read the back chat. And you see what somebody put in the back chat and all of that. And see, that kind of action never happened at Broadway's. Like when the people on the panel see what they put in the back chat and all that, and read the back chat. And you see that? I ain't the only one saying it. And all that kind of bullshit. And he was sending Broadway stuff too while he was on the panel. Man, did you get that? Saying stuff like that. And I was saying to myself, I'm in the chat. I'm just saying to myself, this is some bullshit. He is trying to run game. Trying to get make it like a Mo 3 set to be set against each other. He was just feeding that kind of shit. And I just said in the chat. And then Broadway said, Miss Paulette, she in the chat. Hit the panel, Miss Paulette. So I hit the panel. Because like when shit like this going on, I ain't finna be riding these panels and get dogged and shit. You see what I'm saying? So I keep my ass in the chat unless I'm called up. And Broadway called me up. And so when I got up there, me and Room Shaker hit the panel like at the same time. And before I could say anything, Room Shaker started dragging the shit out of ZX. I was so happy because I didn't feel like arguing with him. I was so happy she tore his ass up. And of course, he jumped down and left. Thank the Lord. And Room Shaker said, I just came up here to run his ass off because, because he up here just, what he talking about ain't shit. He ain't talking about nothing. She was like that. And so she jumped down. And so when I started talking to Broadway, I said, Broadway, I said, ZX is not beef sector. He do not speak for the beef sector. The beef sector is not against the Mo 3 sector. The beef sector ain't against you. The beef sector ain't trying to take your channel. I was talking just like that. I was saying, no, put that shit out your mind. That shit he up here talking. And so me, I just be straight up like that. And then my computer start dropping me down. You know how sometimes it'll drop you down? Well, it actually kicked me out because it was saying try again, telling me something and try again. And then when I would hit the thing again and try to come on the panel, it would drop me again. So it kept dropping me, and I got tired of that. And I just went in the chat and just told Broadway in the chat, I'm in the chat. Because he could see that I couldn't get back up there. And I got my point out. I said about the B sector, he don't speak for the B sector. He not B sector. He into it with BS. That's why he's saying her name up here and all of that. I said all of that. I said he ain't, what he's talking about ain't shit. Because the main people that was talking about a war and this and that, they not even B sector. And the different ones that's saying things, they're not speaking for the B sector. You can't say that the B sector doing this. It be a couple of characters. And that's on any of these fights. It just be a couple of characters. But it ain't the whole damn sector. But he was trying to make it like that. And but Broadway is not a dummy. He sees what's going on. He be in the clouds, moving around. So he know what these characters. He know how ZX is. Now I'm gonna tell you something that I found out today that I did not know. Okay, that person that got that wait a minute. Yeah. The NWO. Wait a minute. NWO channel. Okay, now I found out today they're learning some of these characters. They did not know how these people actually are, and they are doing their research, and I'm glad to hear that. I seen that they did like 2 long posts on the community wall today, and they was explaining, hey, I am new at this. A lot of these people I'm learning because I had to go back. They had to go back and watch the videos. They had to sit and listen to the people that's been here, what they got to say about these different characters. Because how when you go to these different lives, these people are telling you what this person has done to me, what they are doing to me. It's NWO. Now they're researching, like they are just now finding out the character of ZX. I'll just put it like that. And see, NWO been around here a while, but they just wasn't grasping the behavior of some of these folks. They catching on. They doing their research now. And it's good for people that's doing them little clips like they doing to actually understand the characters. And they just not getting ZX. And see, look how many other characters it is in these different sectors that you just have to learn the people. And you have to, I might like ZX, but you might not like ZX. But you got to learn the characters. And see, a lot of people don't take the time to do that. And I was glad to see that NWO is doing that. And more people do need to do that. I don't know who NWO is. But NWO did put on there, I am not BS. Now, I don't know who's saying the NWO BS, but that was on there too. But hey, I talked about you, child. I was talking about that woman, Duke ex-girlfriend. When you asked her, did she have BD? And she said, yeah. And I hit the flow. And when Jack was saying, I bet that pussy was stinking, wasn't it? Jack kept saying that over and over, and the woman finally said, yeah. But hey, I told him about that clip part that you had clipped that video, and I'm so glad you did because I went to sleep and I would have missed that, but you clipped that part and you got it over there on the channel where the people can go and hear her talk. And I did say that up here. Mahaya, you get blamed for everything. Big Op, did you part? Big Op said they almost had a record at the beginning of my live child. But I was talking about how that woman say that it was a DICK and how he had split it, child. Child. Got to be shame for the man. She slow as molasses, child. She slow as, woo. And see, like I said, I don't know the name of her channel because I would like to go over there and see what else she said. Because the fool saying this crazy shit already. Talking about she got BD and BD is your pH balance is off and a urinary tract. Bitch, I wasn't learned that in school. I learned that BD was like syphilis, gonorrhea, AIDS, the claps, and your cootie cat stink, and the men they wee burn. That's what I call her. BD. Child, she don't even know what she got, child. But she say her pussy stink or Jack asked her. Jack asked her a couple of times. And she finally said yes. Jack said, I bet that pussy was stinking, wasn't it? I bet that pussy was stinking. Jack ain't shit. Let me get back to my notes so I can get off of here. Okay. Okay, now Coolin was over there at 357, and she got into it with 88, Debbie, and Farrago, or whatever his name is, which is 88 Daddy. They got into it, honey. They were dragging the hell out of each other. I was like, where the fuck that come from? Coolin got bought down on that live, and she got bought back up. 88 was into it with Jade. Roy Rain was into it with Gina. Okay, and I put on here Nurse K drug Mink. Okay, now the way I found out when they had that, they had like a 24-hour war, is I went by Nurse K's. I seen she was live. And honey, she was up there. She drug Mink for hours. And I was saying, damn, what the hell happened with them? And while Nurse K was live, she did say in that live that she woke up to Mink dragging her. So that made her go live and start dragging her. Remember I told you guys that I missed Mink live. And I went back and I watched Mink live, and Mink was dragging the hell out of Nurse K. Okay? So that's how come Nurse K came out at her like that. But I watched Mink live. I think it was the next day when I finally got the Mink live. And I'm telling you, that day, like when I left Nurse K's, whatever panel I went to next, when they hit, one of them would hit the panel, the other one would hit the panel, and they would lock heads again. And it happened panel after panel after panel over there in the Mo 3 sector that day. And they wound up over in the B sector, and they were dragging each other. They were dragging dead folk. They were dragging the ancestors. They was dragging kids. Them women was tearing each other asses up. Do you hear me? And on that live, Lemon pulled it down, so y'all won't never get to see it. But they drug each other for 24 goddamn hours. I never seen anything like it. And I mean, it was pound after pound after pound. They hit it. If one of them hit the pound, the other one hit the pound. And it happened all day long. and I loved every minute of it. It was highly entertaining. Okay, now when I went Danny's, because that's one of my spots I like to go to. The Danny Luck show. That's a that's one of my little hideouts I go to. And Danny is so funny. Uh, Room Shaker was over there on one of her lives, got child, and Room Shaker showed her entire black ass over there that night. She showed out, and I loved every minute of it. Room Shaker was on that Hennessy, and she wasn't no joke, honey. She wasn't feeling no pain. And over there on Danny's show, they also discussed when the people was calling the police on 357. And come to find out, Tulsa had called the police on 357. And why she did that, I don't know. Because I didn't see her do that, but they say she did it on live. And I don't know what Tulsa told the police. I think Jay Dunn called the police on him. Yeah, Jay Dunn called the police on him too the same day. And they was talking about that over at Danny's. Because I didn't know nothing about it. And I didn't know what the hell. I don't know why they called him on him. I don't get it. Okay, so, and I went by Danny's last night, and Eve was over there, and she was into it with Asia, because Asia hit the panel, because Asia is Danny's mom, and her and Eve got a beef going, and why I don't know, but they was dragging the hell out of each other, and Eve kept telling Danny to unmod Asia. And Asia was saying, she ain't gonna unmod me, and bitch, you don't run nothing over here. And Eve kept saying, Danny, unmod her now. Unmod her. Which Danny unmodded her. And I was saying, damn. And so then they still was into it. And they was climbing over there so bad, Danny was dropping all up off the panel to the back chat. And she would say, well, I'm going to bring this. Asia, I'm going to bring you up. You get to say what you got to say. And she would let Asia talk. And then she was saying, now, I'm dropping you down. Now, Eve, I'm going to let you up. You can say what you got to say. And Eve, when she would let her, I can't believe you did that. I can't believe you, Danny. Why would you drop me down? Why would you do that to me? And I've been knowing you so way longer than her. And we go way back. And how dare you? And I was saying, chill. And then she would drop Eve back down and let Asia come back up. It was a goddamn mess. You hear me? So then Asia, she finally dropped down. She got tired of arguing. And I can't believe that because Asia can go for 3 days, honey. But probably something else was happening on YouTube, and Asia dropped down, and she didn't come back up. Then Eve had the floor, and Eve kept dragging, and she kept telling Danny, I can't believe this, and all of that. But Eve, you got the girl unmodded. What more you want Danny to do? Okay. Well, then Eve, she left. And I was at Broadway. Wait a minute, no. Yeah, I was at Broadway's last night, over in the morning. And I was over there. And Mike Martin hit the panel. And Mike Martin said, because I left, I was at Broadway's first, and then I went to Danny's. I got out of order. So I was at Broadway's. And he had a okay show. It wasn't like one everybody dragging each other. It wasn't that kind of show. It was like more talking, not dragging. His show last night, and so uh, when he was live, let me see. I'm trying to see how this was. Eve was on the panel, and they was Big Lack was up there. Uh, it was several of them up there. Reed, I think, and they was getting mink, and they drug mink, and wait a minute, because I didn't make no notes on this here, so I'm trying to go by what I actually remember. They was dragging mink, and then Eve wound up getting up there, and Eve called DG to come up. No, Mink called DG to come over there to drag, and DG didn't go. He said he was out, like I think celebrating his birthday or whatever. And Eve wound up there too. And Eve left, and Mike Martin hit the panel. And Mike Martin said, told about DG wanting the office self. And then they talked about that for a little bit. And that's when 357 went off. Everybody went to Lex, but I went to Danny's show. And that's when I seen Eve them over there dragging Asia and all of that. And so I actually went over there to be nosy on the way to Lex to see if Eve knew about DG. I wanted to see if Eve was talking about that, and she never did mention that over there. And so I said, well, I guess did nobody, let Danny and Eve know. And after Eve left there, I didn't see her anymore. But I heard she went live, but I didn't see that. I heard through the grapevine today that Eve went live. After I left Danny's show, then I went back to Lex. And then, Mike Martin and different ones wound up over there at Lex. And I watched Lex. And Lex wasn't on that long. Lex, he was dragging Mink, and Pretty Truck was up there, and she drug a little bit. Mink. And after they went off, because Lex went off, and I was like, what the hell he go off for? Because he wasn't on that long. And I was saying, damn, where am I going to go now? And so I started looking around, and I think I went to sleep. And when I woke up, I think I was watching Big Reed. Because Mike Martin wound up coming over there. No, I went to China. I went to China's after I woke up. And then they was talking about King James went live, and I went over there to be nosy because China was live, and when she was live, she went over to King James, and Flame wound up coming over there too. I went over to King James for a while. I left there and went back to China's, and Mike came over there, and I think somebody would start sending China DG meltdown. And I didn't see nothing about him because I kept waiting on her to do a clip, and I never did get to see a clip. So I seen Big Reed that went live. I went by Big Reed's, and Big Reed, I think somebody was start sending China DG meltdown. And I didn't see nothing about him because I kept waiting on her to do a clip, and I never did get to see a clip. So I seen Big Reed that went live. I went by Big Reed's, And that Big Reeds, that's why I seen he was putting that stuff, starting that stuff out the can, that whippet stuff, the stuff that you find under your cabinet. He was doing that over there. And Big Reed had had some of the video of him moving and putting it up to his nose. And then he had the video, clips of him gritting his teeth and all of that. Now he didn't show. Now he might have after I left, because I said, let me go on and go live. Now he might have showed him when he was slobbing and snotting at the nose. When he was slobbing out his mouth and snotting out his nose. Now I didn't see that part. But that's gonna come out because whoever clipped him, they got that. They got it. But it'll come out. Now I get to see it. I probably won't get to see it unless China show it, or unless Lax show it, or Big Reed. And Big, like I said, did see him doing that stuff in that can. He did that on live, and DG ought to be ashamed of himself. You ought to be shame, because you are like almost 40 years old, and you acting like a juvenile. But I think you retarded. That's, you need to get, if you want to get high, you need to get a fucking job so you can support your habit. And you need to put them cans down. And if you're going to do the shit, don't do it on live. I wish they would have struck your ass. I wish they would have struck you. Because that ain't no way to act on YouTube. Okay. Now, wait a minute. Okay, I'm through with Danny. I got through with 357. Okay, now I'm going to my hair. Okay, on this live, I'm just going to be doing lives together. It's a guy named Paxton or something. It's a white dude. He been trying to hit my hair. Well, he did hit my hair panel, and he races, okay? He keep trying to hit my hair panel throughout my hair different lives. And some of the people that's been at my hairs is Mike Martin, SD, Swedish Brown, Cupcake, Jazz, Shane Gang. Okay, and on this live, that Paxton guy got into it with Jackie, Mike Martin, SD, Mahaya. They tore his ass up, okay? And he likes that Payton guy, Paxton. He likes to use the N-word. He like to call us bitches. And for some reason, wait a minute, SD was telling Mike Martin to sick him because Mike Martin white and the guy white. Well, Mike was up there dragging anyway. Well, Mahaya had dropped him, and SD was wanting the man back up there because it sounded like SD was for the guy. But then when they finally told the fool SD that this man up here calling us niggas and everything else, calling the women bitches, but SD drunk, so I could look over that, but honey, they took care of him. Those, and they was trying to say that Paxton guy is beef sector, or he from over there. I've never heard that man voice until my hair panel. That man is not from the beef sector. That I need to stop. It be races that come through these areas, these sectors. They come through. They come through calling you nigga. It is what it is. And it's like something people like, It's a group of them from the UK that it's a group of them, but it's others that's not in groups. It's others that's not in groups. It's racists on here. Like they arrested some guys the other day, some racist guys, and they bond was like $1 million, and it's racist stuff, like on the internet, and it leads to other things. And these racist guys they arrested the other day, they was gonna like try to kill somebody, and then the police arrested them, and they bond was like $1 million, and they was really shocked. But they say people raised that, like with GoFundMe's and stuff like that. And I heard the dudes are out. So, but it's racist people on here, and they're not just like they come through the beef sector. And when they normally come through the beef sector, it'd be like a group of them, and they'll hit your panel, one after the other, hit the panel. And they get up there and they start talking silly, and then it turns to racial. And it is what it is, And he might not even be one of those guys. But it is what it is. But them people, that man, he ain't got nothing to do with B-Set. The B-Set don't come up and do no racist stuff and DMP bomb. No, they don't do stuff like that. The B-Set do like Rico. Just come over here and do it. Hey, Miss Paula. I know you're speaking fast. Thank you. Teasing you. Hey, Leslie. But yeah, the B said to get blamed for everything. But the B said, like I say, the B said they ain't been over here striking the Mo3 set because y'all do so much stuff that's strikeable. Strikeable. And if the B said to come through there and was striking, they will wipe a lot of these channels out over here. So the B said they ain't fucking with y'all. Like for striking, because the B said they'll straight the shit out of you. But like I say, they do it to each other. They ain't got time to go to no other sector doing that. It is what it is. Like the B said is not doing that because, like I said, they got loose. Shoot. I'm back. Hey, Donahue. Did you cover the wild, crazy shit? Yeah. Yes. I'm getting ready to wind it down, teasing you, but you're more than welcome to go back. I've been on for like 3.5 hours, and I tried to keep everybody entertained. Big Op Skip said they almost wrecked their car, and that was at the beginning of the live. And so when I got down to the nitty gritty over in the live, I told everybody to park their car, and I'm really getting ready to act a fool, and I did, child. Ooh, child. Let me get through with my hair. Let me see. I'm on the Mo3 set and trying to wind this shit down because I know I'm missing something right now. I'm sure. Okay, and another day, not that day with that Paxton guy, that's what I just talked about. But this is another day over there at Mahaya's. When Mahaya went live, before he could finish his commentary, SD hit the link. And for him to hit the link that fast, I know he was up to some bullshitting. Well, he hit the link and he started talking that sex stuff with Mahaya. And Mahaya was dropping him down, and he get back up. And he doing some more. And I put in the note, stop SD, because I was putting that in the chat, and he was making like sex noises. And SD, I hate when you do that. You bring so much more to the sector, and I don't want to do commentary like that on you. And I don't like it when you hit Mayor Panel doing that. And I don't like it when you hit Lack Panel doing that bullshit. That's nasty and unnecessary. And that's a turn off, you know? And I just want to let you know that. I think I might have left that live too. And SD got into it with Mike Martin. And he was telling Mike Martin that other white guy, the racist guy, that he out white boyed Mike Martin. And I was saying, SD. And then when my hair was live, child, that it was a discussion going on in the panel, honey. But Mahia neighbors got into it, child. And ooh, they was loud. And I was loving every minute of it. You hear me? And the guy was saying, you ruined my entire fucking life. I fucking hate you, bitch. You ain't got no job, bitch. And child, the dogs was barking. And I loved every minute of that shit. You hear me? They just didn't go long enough. Gina was into it with Swedish Brown, Tulsa. And she was calling Tulsa a he, she. She was calling Tulsa a Yagi boy. And yet Tulsa was striking right back too. Cause Tulsa ain't no punk, okay? And Gina was calling Tulsa powderhead. IGT and Tulsa got into it. And IGT was saying, who is John Gates that you were showing your dick to? And Tulsa said, a fan. That John Gates a fan. And the reason that IGT got on Tulsa is because when Gina was into it with Swedish, Tulsa jumped in. And so IGD jumped in and said, you ain't gonna be jumping Swedish, Gina. You know, that's what she was telling Tulsa. So that's why IGT got into it. And IGT was calling her a crackhead. And she was telling Tulsa she looked like shit. And Tulsa was telling her to shut your bitch ass up. And IGT was telling her, shut your bitch ass up. And when IGT called Tulsa a crackhead, Tulsa said, hell, I enjoyed smoking crack. And IGT say, once a crackhead, always a crackhead. And she said that you and Gina are dope fiends. And IGT said, because Tulsa, she made her voice go like a man. And IGT said, I made that man jump out of you. And I was hollering. And Tulsa and Wu got into it. Okay, now I'm going to Room Shaker. I'm through with my hair. Room Shaker had Rex, Sherry Berry. Wait a minute. London, Rob Reck, Rico, Book, and it's Rico the Brat was up there, not Rico, uh, the bartender. Now Rob Reck was on there, and he wanted to show off his new lady, and her name was London. On that live, Danny got into it with Sherry Berry. Rex got into it with Sherry Berry. I like Sherry Berry. Okay, now on another live over there, Room Shaker on her live, it was J Don 357, Mahaya, Candy, China, Lovely Love, and IGT. And that live was a goddamn mess, okay? Now this was shortly after the Rico P bomb and 357. And so different people got up there because like when Room Shaker first went live, she had called me up there, and Candy was up there, and I got up there, and it was somebody else up there, J Don, I think. Was while I was up there, Candy was talking, and to whatever she was talking about, it went on, kind of on and on, which sometimes you got to get your point across, you got to explain it. And so Candy was kind of long, so I said, well, hell, I could just jump down since people hit the link. I ain't got to even be up here. And that was at the time when Rico had P-bomb, and I was kind of moved laying low. Because like I said, when I was at Broadway, I wasn't up there long, and my computer was messing up, and I jumped down. I did the same thing over the Room Shaker. I say, since there's other people up here discussing the Rico situation and other situations that was going on, I jumped down because it felt like the panel was going to get hot, and it did. So I back in the chat. So Candy, she was up there. She got into it with a couple of people. Let me get my note. Okay, now now J Don was up there saying that she didn't see nothing wrong with what Rico did by P bombing 357. And she was saying different things like at 357, Mahaya, different things. Because you know how J Don talk. Well, 357, Mahaya, they wind up on the panel. And J Don kept saying that she was glad that B-Way got P-bomb. And then B-Way was telling her to take them briefs off and this and that, and let me see your ussy, and you got a fat ass. He was saying all that kind of stuff to J Don. Well, J Don started saying something about 357 F's his daddy and F's his brother and all that kind of stuff. It got kind of bad, okay? And it was on both sides. One side wasn't doing no more than the other side. All they were doing, I call it just dragging the hell out of each other. Well, J Dunn turned the conversation to rape. She was saying that she felt like they were raping her. And I was saying, that ain't got nothing to do with no rape. That's a big word to put on a person. And which I said, we talked about that at Envy's too. I made myself clear about that. To me, because like J Don was acting like it was like abuse what she was getting. Well, hell, dragging is abuse. We all get abused on here. That's the way I feel about it. It's another drag. The man know you a lesbian, and what do you think he gonna drag you with? You know, J Don, you drags the dead kids and every damn thing else. People feel the same way about you. And you done did the revenge porn. You know, that's bigger than him telling you he wanna F you. Because you actually showing somebody's body. He was just hurling words at you. Now that's the reason that you called the police on him. Because you were saying uh that his laws against what he was doing. But another thing came up since then. Remember, President Trump signed papers concerning all this cis stuff and the transsexuals doing the sports against women and all that kind of shit. Okay? So a lot of the stuff that y'all was getting to go to court with in the past ain't gonna fly because he signed some shit when he first got back in office this time that took away a lot of the gay rights. But he also signed stuff that took away rights for blacks. Okay, it ain't just the gays. I'm just saying he got rid of a whole bunch of shit. So I don't believe that there could be a case made as far as a man saying what he said about your ussy. I don't believe it. But go along if you want to go ahead with this uh, filing charges or whatever you're doing. I want to see what the results gonna be. That's all I could say. And Broadway say he ain't scared. So if you don't do it, it ain't gonna affect me. And if you do it, it ain't gonna affect me. But I don't think it's gonna go anywhere because you got to be aware of what the president's saying. And we all know that. He took away a whole bunch of shit that y'all, all that, like paying for the sex changes and all of that. And the transsexuals getting to be in the women prisons. No more. A lot of that shit is gone, baby. And I'm just being fact for the world. You know, the reason that they don't have the transsexual men in the women is because one got about 5 women pregnant. So now they got to be in the regular men pen. So if that got took away and the sex change money, them rights got took away, what do you think a verbal back and forth would be? Because since you say he F his brother and his daddy, he could put charges on you. So I'm looking at it both ways. I'm looking at it, if you don't want to drag a person, you need to get off the damn panel. What's the problem? You can always come back another time. If you don't like the shit that's going on, why stay there? And that's with any goddamn panel. Why stay up there? Ain't nobody got no gun to your head to make you sit on the panel and a person is abusing you, as you say. You was abusing them too. You was throwing shit back at them. As far as the police calling, I don't get it. But you can call the police all you want to. If you don't put no papers out there, you ain't did shit but showed out for YouTube. That's on any of this goddamn police calling. Why you got to do it on YouTube? I'm gonna call the police. Well, you called them, okay. So that shit going one ear on me and out the other. And bro, wait, yeah, you talking about? Yeah, I wish I'm glad he peed on you. His channel could have got took. I don't see nothing wrong with him fighting back, but I don't see nothing wrong with you fighting him. I don't see nothing wrong with him fighting you back. I don't see nothing wrong. I don't see nothing wrong with Mahia fighting you and you fighting him back. I don't see nothing wrong with that. Okay. Well, I'm through with that. And like I said, that stuff have died down. I don't know if Tulsa and Jay John gonna keep this shit going as far as going through the police and putting charges on somebody. But I think it's a bunch of bullshit. And if you can't take the heat, get the hell out the kitchen. Okay. All right. I went by Minx. Now this is not the recent. This is older because I haven't been on in a while. I went by Minx one day and she was dragging the hell out of Sean G. She said that she got tired every time he got out of her car. That she could see the crack of his ass. Well, she said his hairy ass, and she said that she bit her tongue for on a lot of shit that she didn't tell you when y'all was together. That she bit her tongue and didn't say nothing to you because she didn't want to hurt your feelings, Sean G. And she kept calling him a fat ass. She was calling him a pussy bitch ass nigga. She called him a bag of them. She said he was an embarrassment. He was a liar. He was a hoe. She said he was living bad. He was sloppy. And she said he ate like a cow. He never did get full. She said he eat boogers and to stay away from her. That he a weirdo creep. And that he a bitch ass nigga and he need a bitch ass nigga. And on that day, she dared him to go live on her. And I'm saying, what? And my nose ass kept on looking to see if Sean G went live, child. And he did not go live, child. And I looked for that for days and he never did. So I guess that dare work. All right. And I'm going to straight like that. Now on his live, it was Sean G, 88, Martello, Farago, Rain. Okay, now on this live, now okay, while Sean G was locked up, I found out that him and Martello, this guy, they are cousins, and this is another content creator. They was both Sean G and him was up there, and it was Farago, 88. Several people was on the panel. But Sean G was kept asking Martello, hold up just a second, because I was saying, what's going on? He was like, they was cousins in real life. And he was saying that Martello, he one way on YouTube and he another way when they're not on YouTube. And he was saying that Sean G was saying that Martello, he was on some weird shit on this app. And he said, you don't talk like this in real life. You don't act like this. Amen. And he said, you don't be no tough nigga, you know, in real life. And he was saying that he to quit using his name in his bullshitting. And it got kind of heated. And Sean G was saying, nigga, you got me fucked up. And both of them were saying that you ain't been to my channel, And they they were both saying, well, we ain't really seen each other. We ain't really talked on the phone or nothing. So Sean G was offended. It seemed like he was offended because Martello was like throwing his name out into using him for content. And they, I don't know. I think that they shouldn't hash out stuff like that on YouTube, but maybe this is the only time they get to talk. I don't really get that. But Martello was saying that, he been moving like this for 2 years. The whole time Sean G been gone. And he said he wasn't gonna change how he was moving, but he said that he won't be using Sean G name anymore. And he was telling Sean G, nigga, you got me fucked up. And he was like saying in so many words, nigga, I ain't scared of you. And he was saying that Sean G was trying to little bow wow him. And that he wasn't going to put up with it. Okay, and he said other than not using Sean G name, he ain't changing nothing else he do on his channel. And he going to move like he want to move. Drainwater and Ferraro had it out real bad on that line. Ferraro called Rain an informant. He called him a rat. And he said that all, like whenever the artists mess with Rain, they wind up getting pulled over and going to jail. Parago kept calling him a rat and kept calling him an informant. And he said that Rain had something to do with Mo3 death. And he was also said that Rain wasn't gonna do nothing but put a bag on a nigga head. And he said that's why 3 slapped the shit out of Rain. And Rain said that Parago ain't no daddy, ain't no real daddy. and that he was locked up for 25 years for murder. And he was saying that, like the guy that raised 88 and adopted her, that's her real daddy, that he ain't no daddy. And Rain called him an informant. And he said that Rain told him not to book Cole Gotti in Louisville because he was being watched by the feds. And he said, how would he know that? And he was telling Farago, you ain't no damn grandfather. And he also told Farago, I ain't never liked you. And 88 was sitting up there, and she didn't know what to do. And I put on there, whose side would she pick? But the next day, everything has settled down, and I think that they're going to be okay. Now, that's what 88 said. She was saying that she did not take what they were saying. Rain was saying to her daddy serious, and she didn't take what her daddy was saying to Rain serious. But as far as me seeing two men on the panel together again, I haven't seen that. Another thing that's happened, straight like that, he's into it. He getting a lot of smoke right now. He been into it with TT, Mink. He been into it with a lot of people over there, okay? I didn't make a list of them, but I should have. But honey, he getting heat everywhere. But you know what straight like that doing? He dragging their asses right back. And that's all he can do. That's all anybody can do. Either not say nothing or say something, but straight like that. Now, you know you've been dragging them women that before they start dragging you. You would get Mink for a while. And then she quit going over there. Then you would get TT. You know, you was getting them already. So now other content creators in the Mo3 sector, some of them said, I don't know why straight like they're getting all this heat. I don't know why, everybody got smoke for straight like that. Hell, straight like that was shooting first. That's why he getting all this heat. He not innocent, honey. I was over there listening to him going, because I was saying, I can't believe he going at me. I can't believe it. I was like that in my mind because they was all just over there. They was all just over there. And when Jackie had started going over there, before she started going over there, you was dragging Jackie. And you just changed the crowd. And now ain't nobody over there. And straight like that has started coming out hitting panels, and he wasn't doing that. He'll usually say what he got to say and go. But this time, he's coming out there, he hitting these panels, and then he'll drop down, but he'll be in the chat, and then he go back up there. And that's not like, he normally don't do that. But I'm enjoying seeing straight out here banging. Because usually he don't say, he'll say it on his channel, but he won't hit no panel and go head up. Well, he doing it now. Ooh, child. And Jackie and 88 was still dragging each other. Now, because 88 has started going with Mink deal. But honey, the last 24 hours, 88 been dragging the hell out of Mink deal. I mean, Eve, she been dragging Eve. 88 been hitting all of them. So 88 out here on her own swinging, and I think that maybe her and Jackie will get back together. I don't know. They both seem to be doing okay out there swinging on their own. So I don't know But I know 88, honey, she ain't taking shit off of Mink them. But Mink them ain't taking shit off 88 either. They tearing her ass up too. But I'm enjoying that. I enjoy that. So they ain't doing nothing to me. Okay, and I went by I Am the Streets. Sean G was over there. Sherry Berry, Mink, Rain, Payday. Now I really don't go to I Am the Streets, but I heard that it moved around on YouTube. Well, let me tell you this here first. On my notifications, one day I Am the Streets start popping up. Now I got to start keep being alert. Like when I'm getting pop-ups from people that I don't get pop-ups from, I need to go in those lives. I did not go into I Am the Streets live because it was other lives going on. I just happened to see that they was in my notification feeds. Well, like the next day, I was hearing on the streets, honey, they was throwing down over there the day before. So I had to take my nose ass over there and see what the hell went on. Well, 88 and Sherry Berry was into it. Payday and Rain was into it. Rain told Payday she looked like Tulsa, and I hollered. Mink was into it with Sean G. Well, it was a good live. It wasn't like no down in the gutter dragging, but it was just some good dragging. Everybody was just dragging the hell out of each other. I Am the Streets. That was a good live, and I will be checking in on you more often. I hadn't, I just wasn't going over there, but I will be going over there now since I seen how you run your panel. I liked it, and he kind of just let them go. Meek and Sean G was into it. It was people was just dragging, child. Okay, now I'm going to Cam. Cam had Mink, Nurse K, Eve, Lady A, Coolin, Duck Zoo, and 88. DG got bought down and E got bought down because they was into it, and they wouldn't shut up, and people got tired of them, bought them down. Nurse K was into it with Mink and Lady A. And Eve was into it with Duck. Okay, now Cam, he was live, I think yesterday, and he read Woo paperwork. That's how I found out. Now I'm getting to the part where I'm gonna be able to tell you what I made a note of because I was going off the top of my head earlier when I was talking about this. They say Woo hit the man in the head with a liquor bottle, a large liquor bottle, and she left. And she came back and she forced her way into the apartment and started fighting the man again. Okay. When he went to the hospital, the doctor told the police that the man had lacerations on the scalp and contusion of the scalp. They asked him if he wanted to press charges, and he said yeah. And he said he was in pain. They then pulled her Facebook up and they took like pictures off her Facebook, I guess pictures of Woo, and then they put her picture in with some other ladies' pictures, and for a lineup, and the man picked Woo out. and they was calling him the victim. And that was on April the 10th. April the 10th, they went to Larry's house. And Larry told him that she wasn't there and he didn't know where she was at. And see, she had left Texas and went to Minnesota, Milwaukee, wherever that is. And then somebody called the police on her about something up there. And then when they ran her name, that's when they found out that Texas had a warrant out for her for a felony assault, and that's why Wu is in the situation she in now, and she waiting for extradition back to Texas. And then I told you that somebody contacted her children, her daughters, and they said they ain't fooling with Wu, but they was worried about where their little brother at, because she got a small child. It's 4 or 5, something like that. 3, 4, or 5. I can't, something like that. And they worried about where that baby at. And Cam had been dragging straight like that, and he was saying, about the time slot, because Cam goes live early in the morning too, and straight like that be live. But I noticed that straight like that have been moving his lives to later. So I don't know. I don't know how this is gonna play out. If Cam gonna keep the morning spot, or if straight like that gonna keep the morning spot, because sometimes both of the content creators will keep it. Because YouTube cameras was having that problem before, and she just kept her slot. And the person wound up not going live very much. That's Ronnie Q, and somebody else was doing the morning slot. Binary, and he still do it. So it's still people that do have clash a little bit on these morning spots and some of the evening spots. But to me, ain't nobody got no spot. People go live when they want to. You ain't going live on nobody, on top of nobody. Or I don't agree with that at all. I think people need to go live whenever they want to. People have lives. People have things to do. You know, I don't have no time when I go. I just go live whenever I have the time to go. Someday I don't want to do no live. And it be like that a whole lot. That's why it be so many days between my lives. Because I don't want to do this a lot. I do it whenever I want to. I couldn't see myself doing this shit every day. Now, I'm through with my commentary. I gave you guys almost 4 hours. Um, hey, what they say? For FOH243. How you doing? Hey, Joyce. Hey, Tootsie. I hope you guys enjoy my commentary. I try to keep it funny. Hey, Dirty White Beat. I ain't seen you in a long time. Hey, Chow Chow. Hey, Leon. Hey, now what? Hey, Pastor. Wooch. Yeah. Welcome, Pastor. Hey, Room Shaker. Hey, Panda. A lot of people came through today. Hey, Leslie. Hey, the real map. Hey, Big Rav. Hey, Ashley. Trying to make sure I speak for everybody. Ratchet was arrested. What? What? Oh, somebody put in here Duke ex-girlfriend. Cause I want to see some of her lives, child. Let me put that down. Hey, yeah. What Ratchet get arrested for? Child. What Ratchet done did? He ain't been in trouble in a long time. I wonder if it got to do with a woman. I wonder do it got anything to do with a woman. Thank you, Tulsa, for telling me that. Miss Paulette Waters. Miss P, what's your cash app? It's $. It's on the screen. MONET MONETX, like an X-ray X 4059. And thank you for donating. If you donate, child. Did somebody tell me why Ratchet got arrested, child? Did they have anything to do with a woman? Miss Paula, Miss P is short for. Oh, fuck out of here. Oh, okay. See, I'm old. I don't be. See, a lot of these folks know what that kind of stuff mean. I don't be knowing. I know now. And if anybody want to hit the cash app, hit the cash app, child. What did Ratchet get arrested for? Dirty White people said, I didn't know you had a channel. Child, I've been going live a year. I think a year. But I don't go live like, I go live a couple of times a month. I was trying to do it once a week, but I haven't been doing it. I do it like 2 weeks. I'm gonna try to do better. Okay, I might could understand a bit if the person. Yeah. Okay, I think I spoke to everybody. But y'all, I'm gonna get back out here in these streets. And another thing I'm gonna start doing, I have really been slacking. I was like on the real good lives. Letting you guys know everywhere I will be at. If and I'm gonna start back doing that. Because some sometimes things go on some level. I don't put no notes down, and I kind of can't remember where I seen this at. So I'm gonna start putting it back on the community wall, the different places I be. So if y'all can see the stuff like as it's happening. If you want to see that like the lab that I'm in right now, that you'll be able to do that. Because some people don't know a lot of the characters that I be talking about. And like today, I talked about some characters that I know y'all ain't heard about. Like I Am the Streets. Um, there was another one I talked about that I hadn't ever did commentary on. Miss P. Oh, wait. The last few comments, those are his charges. Auditor times 3. Whatever that means. Interference with emergency call. Carrying a weapon. Ooh. I want to see a felon. Because remember that time he pulled that gun on? Allegedly on the captain. Hit the live button for my new. So I'm thinking that interference with a call mean that you like take the person's phone so they can't call 911. Hey Sparkles, how you doing, sweetie? Unlawful restraint. Ooh. Well, at time that he beat that girl up, the one that the captain messed with that time, I can't think of her name. Some way he weaseled his way out of them charges. I don't know if she didn't go to court or didn't or drop the charges, because them was some serious charges. It's concerning a woman. Yep. And remember, he wouldn't let her call the police. That other girl that he used to live with, her name started with an S, I think. In some kind of way, the captain got tied up with her. But yeah, he had he didn't want the police Sapphire. Ooh, child. He can't keep his hands to himself. Or either if you want to leave, he won't let you leave. Let me leave so I can cool off. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes that's all a person wants. I need to get out of here. I need to cool off. Cool off before it go any further. And we could talk about it later. Ooh, child. Thank you, Eyes on the Prize. Child. I bet they talking about it everywhere. Because that's how it be when he get arrested. And it's always got to do with a woman. Can't keep his hands to itself. So, yep. Can't keep his hands to himself. And he'd know better. And he always try to tell people what they need to do and all of this. And look at him. Look at him. Prize, now you know me, you be running in the same circle. It'd be like certain people, they be in the same lives. They have the same interests. I'll just put it like that. We all have the same interest. And we be at the same places, honey, seeing the same thing, and then be in other lives too at the same time. I ain't trying to miss a thing, child. But I'm getting ready to get off of here. And see what I've been missing out here in the streets for these little 4 hours I've been live, child. I'm getting ready to get my booby out of here. And I'm getting ready to eat me some broccoli soup, child. Ooh, child. Ratchet got arrested. Ooh, child. When that fool gonna learn to keep his hands to his goddamn self? Ooh, child. I'll see you guys next time. Bye.